internet has opened up a world of opportunities for
Então tens cara meio.
Não, deve ser.
Estas cadeiras são giras.
Depois não temos. Sentem-se à vontade.
Então o que é que está? Tu está? Tu ficas
Não, eu vou só.
Mais de uma mesa.
É isso, exatamente.
Eu faço mal a elas. Faz esquerda.
Ó Jorge, depois sai, ok?
Está bem, não?
Sim. Isso mesmo.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everyone here. But before I give you the welcome in the name of MAGIC, let me just introduce Professor Renato Natal, the Vice Director of PhilP that will open this opening session. So thank you very much, Professor Renato.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Good afternoon. Dear representatives of the Executive Board of the Department, in this case, the Director itself, dear Directors of the Master in Service Engineering and Management, dear organizers of this Congress, dear invited speakers, dear participants, dear students, dear colleagues. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this important forum on services engineering and management. This Congress can be understood as our commitment to excellence in understanding, designing, and optimizing service systems that impact every aspect of our daily lives. Today marks a significant milestone in our academic journey as we gather here to explore the latest insights in a set of fields of service engineering and management, which are emerging technologies, namely AI, telecommunications, cybersecurity, and digital transformation in the industrial environment. For example, artificial intelligence encompasses various approaches to create machines with intelligence, including the development of expert systems, or digital transformation understood as the integration of digital technology into all aspects of an organization, fundamentally changing how it operates and delivers value to its customers. As students of this master's program, you are not merely observers, but active contributors to the evolution of service engineering and management. You have the privilege and responsibility to apply your knowledge to real-world challenges, driving positive change and innovation in service organizations. As highlighted by Professor António Câmara when giving the title to his book, The Future is Invented, your generation will continue to push the limits of knowledge, driving innovation. And I'm sure that it has and will have the full support of the entire field for those goals. Thank you very much for coming and for your participation in this Congress. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Renato Natal. So I also welcome now Professor José Fernando Oliveira, the Director of the Department of Industrial Engineering and Management. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this Congress. We have it every year, and it's always a big pleasure to host it. And my first words are for the Deputy Dean of our faculty. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, congratulations to the head of this program and to all the students and to our invitees that I thank you deeply for being here. Well, what can I say? Today during lunch, I have to say that I'm very careful with the people with whom I have lunch, because I want lunch to be not only a moment of feed myself, but also of having interesting discussions, some things that are not really work, but with people that are clever. And I have lunch with Leah every day, almost every day. So you now, who knows Leah, know what is my standard now. Well, what I'm going to say is that the following. Today we are discussing the future of professions, regarding or taking into account artificial intelligence and the revolution, well, that's not to come, that is here now. And it is clear nowadays that most of the most technical professions will vanish. we're not talking just about lawyers and all that work that they do, and that quite soon any software will do much better than them. We're not just talking about programmers, informatic engineers. They will probably be the first victims of the Frankenstein they have created. They will be the first victims, programmers, most probably. We are talking about engineers, about the most technical aspects of engineering that probably will be automated in a large extent. But we know that this has always happened during humankind history. We know that the several technological revolutions had always their victims. The issue is what will survive. And I think that nowadays there is a common belief that we'll be talking about professions that will cross knowledge, that will not only look at technical aspects, but also that will incorporate a lot of creativity, a lot of system thinking, a lot of system design. Those will be the professions that will be harder, at least in the near future, to be replaced by machines, artificial intelligence, and things like that. It's not by chance that nowadays in the UK they do not talk about STEM anymore, science, technology, engineering, and management, but about STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and management. Because creative thinking is something that's now at the core of the new professions. And you are there. You are there. Service engineering and management is exactly at this crossroads of knowledge, of integration of different fields, and so you are safe. Do your best during the program, do your best during the master, learn as much as you can, because you are really taking a course, you are envisioning a profession of future. Congratulations.
Okay, so first and foremost, thank you very much for the direction of FIP to be here and the direction of the department. It's great to see the support that the master gets, and also let me welcome all of you to this Congress. First and foremost, also like to thank the invited speakers today that come here. Also, very heartfelt thanks to the organization committee that they worked a lot. So since the first edition, this Congress is organized by our students. And it's great that after 17, so this is the 17th edition, it's great to see that the tradition continues. And this year is have made a great job in organizing this Congress today. This Congress this year follows a slightly different structure, so we'll also privilege networking. So we have with us lots of our students, but also students from other courses here in FILP. We have representatives from the company that I also welcome here. We have faculty with us. So in that regard, I propose that we all introduce ourselves with a show of hands, okay? So who are the current students of the Master in Service Engineering and Management? Okay. I need them to complain to them because we have more students than they are here today. But they will arrive. Who are current students from FILP, but not students from by the way, master students from FILP. Okay, welcome as well. It's a pleasure to have you here. And I also see some current students, but PhD students. So, okay, the three of them there. Okay, thank you very much for coming. Who are former students from FILP? From FILP as well. And also, now specifically from MESG. Okay, we also have, and me as well, yeah. Bachelor students as well? We have bachelor students? Oh, nice. So potential candidates for MESG? it's product placement. Let's take the opportunity. So, and finally, but also very important, representatives from companies who are here and collaborate with MES. Okay, great. So as you can see, we have here also like a reflection of MESG as well, a multidisciplinary kind of audience where people coming from not only from MESG, but from other courses as well and from companies. So I really hope that you have a nice afternoon today, that not only that you will enjoy the invited speakers, but also we get to know each other afterwards, not only during the coffee break, but afterwards in the Porto de Honra event, okay? We have a beautiful weather today, so let's hope that we are then able to have a great time afterwards as well, after this session. So thank you very much, everyone. And now I leave you in the very careful hands of my colleague, Professor Gabriel Beirão, who will moderate the first session. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. We'll start this session with 4 brief presentations from our very interesting speakers. So this roundtable is about emerging technologies. So we'll start with, sorry, probably listening because I speak early. So we'll start with the first presentation from Nuno Sacouto, then will be followed for Carlos Moreira, then Pedro Castro Henriques, and then Liliana, sorry, your last name, so Liliana Antão. So thank you very much for coming here, being here, and we'll start with first with your presentation. So please, the technical support. I think.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will take a minute to present myself. My name is Nuno Sacouto. I graduated from PhilP, not here, but in Rua dos Bragas, in electrical engineering and computer science, or computers, many years ago. I have done the Master's Service Engineering and Management also here in PhilP. And I have the challenge to, well, first speak to you after lunch. So, well, we know what that is, that challenge. I will try to speak in my best English from Gaia. So if there is something that you don't understand, please let me know. And we have a very interesting topic about emerging tech for telco. Telco is the abbreviation for telecommunications. So my background is precisely on telecommunications. I have worked pretty much my professional life in telecommunications. I worked for 15 years for Portugal Telecom. Before it was bought from Altice, and in 2015 I launched my first company. And nowadays I am CEO of this company called Retain.io, but please be aware that I'm not going to present nothing from my company. It's just a template that I'm going to use. Let's do this. So we have 10 minutes. Let's try to keep that. So as we are after lunch, I would say that we try to make it a little bit interactive in the beginning. So a first challenge, and it's for you. So I will request all of you to stand up, please. It's a good exercise after lunch, okay? And I'm going to make 3 warm-up questions and a disclaimer. There is no right or wrong answer, okay? Everyone is up. If you believe that Gen AI is a sustainable tech, you can stay up. If you don't believe, you can sit down. Sustainable, yes.
If it's not sustainable, sit. That's it.
Yeah. Gut feeling. Go with your gut feeling, okay? So anyone can guess or try to guess how much it costs in terms of water consumption when the average cost of a prompt nowadays in Gen AI? How much milliliters it costs every prompt that you make on Gen AI? Anyone can guess? So it's half a liter. So every prompt costs, in terms of environment, half a liter for drilling down. Come on. So second, come on. You should be up. So come on. So the second question was, but you already said, I said it was 3 questions. So do you believe that Gen AI will create more jobs than the ones it will destroy? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, yes. So everyone looking optimistic. Great. And the last one, do you believe that Gen AI will solve our biggest challenge in society, like war, climate change? No. Okay, so not very optimistic on this one, so I agree with you. So thank you for collaborating on these first warm-ups. So, and as you saw, it's going to be, I would say, a huge topic throughout the day. Gen AI is, of course, in our daily agenda. And I will talk about what is going to be Gen AI for telco. Okay, telco, again, is telecommunications. So everyone on this industry believes that the impact for Gen AI, it's not where, it's when, it's going to be impacted. So we are talking now. Okay, the impact is going to be now, and as we have already, as we know, for any new technology or a new disruption, so it's not, in fact, a technology; it's more a new disruption. We are experiencing, and we are very well. I think we are blessed with being in this now, because this is one of the stages. It's what they call a 10x stage. So we are experiencing one of the key disruptions on technology. The previous one was the internet. So with Gen AI, we are experiencing one of these waves, and you can congratulate yourself, you are experiencing now. And everyone on the industry believes that now is going to be the most impact for Gen AI. Where? On customer experience. So you are also in a great position, because MES is all about service engineering and customer experience. So everyone in telco is looking to upgrade their customer experience and customer relationship management. And this is the big picture. So what is going to happen now? You are going to talk a lot more with chatbots. Chatbots that probably they will look like more like a human. So you will, as the technology evolves, probably we will reach a stage that will not see the difference between talking with a human or you are talking with a chatbot. When we go next 3 years, social media, sales generation also, and on the operation side, smart rating that is making every offer very personalized to your preferences. So this is the big picture of what is coming in terms of applications and where it's going to be introduced. For MES students, you already have designed a lot of customer journeys. So this is the customer journey where the biggest impact on Gen AI is expected on buying and personalization, natural language-based product discovery, and I would say this is one of the major disruptions with Gen AI. Is you are going to stop interacting with your keyboard, and you will start interacting with your voice. Okay, and this is going to be the major disruption. Is you will talk with the machines, and the machines will make actions for you. Okay. Also on the using recommendation. So if I use mobile data, probably I will get also recommendations more with my likes, conversational AI, and also for sharing. This is where it's going to foresee the impact on the customer journeys that they have. So switching gears to 6G, another keyword for telecommunications. So 6G is the next generation of networks, mobile networks. So nowadays we are with 5G. For the ones that doesn't know, nowadays everyone is using probably 5G for your mobile phones. So what will happen with 6G? You will have high data transfer rates. You will reach 10 terabytes. Low latency. We will go from 1 millisecond to 0.0 millisecond. Extended coverage. Probably we can have mobile service on deep sea, space, and underground. And of course, sustainability, more battery life, more sustainability, it will be the tech. And seamless integration with IoT, cloud computing, big data, and analysis. But okay, very interesting specs, but okay, how it will impact us. Enhanced user experience, everything related with augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse. What 6G will enable you is that everything that you can do at your home with your fiber connection, you will be able to do with this. Okay, with a huge power, huge data transfer, low latency, it will open a lot of applications on your using just a mobile connection. Okay, one very interesting aspect is what they call the brain-computer interface. So Mr. Musk is allocating a lot of budget on this one, so you can interact with your brain directly with the machines. Tactile internet, so the way you can touch, though nowadays is good, but is also very rudimentary. 6G will allow a lot of more of this. And space travel, of course, because we will have connectivity with 6G. Industrial internet is other application, okay? So, and last slide. What's next? I didn't brought my crystal ball today, so sorry for disappointing you. But it will be, in my perspective, if you already seen these movies, I would say that what is coming with the new generation of AI, new generation of connectivity, we will see a lot of things that we have saw in the Matrix, so the ability to interact with our brains with the machines, learning, new ways of learning stuff, and also Blade Runner. It's a great film to understand how we can live in a virtual world also, and we can interact with anything that is virtual. So I would say, for me, it's what I can foresee, probably not in 1 or 2 years, but probably in a generation scope, we will see a lot of these things that it was just science fiction becoming reality. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your great presentation, and I will have Carlos Moreira with the next one. And in the end, we'll have some open discussion.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Carlos Moreira, and I work for Small Compal, and I'm responsible for the digital transformation program at the company. The topic for my presentation today is digital transformation in the industrial context or environment. And my first thoughts on preparing the presentations were very much focused on shop floor, machines, sensing machines, data from machines. But I figured out that as a MESG student, it wouldn't be that much fun and that much enlightening for those of you who are about to approach the jobs market. And looking at this, I figured out that maybe it would be better and more interesting for you to take a little bit of how we took the approach and what we've done and what we are doing at Small Compal to actually put this digital transformation in place. Because, I mean, I love the fact that what Nuno was telling us about what could be, what is next for the next years, but I live and I work in a traditional company in Portugal, a family-owned company. But has anyone here not tasted Compal or Sumol in Portugal? No one? Everyone? Okay, that's the point. Okay? So we've been here for a long time, and the company is in fact owned by a family and is very much focused on the business as usual. And it's our role inside the digital transformation to figure out how we can improve the company, because we've been talking, and I think at MESG as well, everyone talks a lot about the customer journey, right? So it's a lot of focus on the consumer, the person who is drinking Compal or drinking Sumol at their home or in the cafes, restaurants, whatever. But our role in the digital transformation team started not with the consumer, okay? And that's saying, by the way, most of the presentation was made with artificial intelligence already. So if there are any typos, I take blame, but there's already a degree of, of not necessarily knowing every word that's written there. Nevertheless, this aspect of designing services and systems and understanding that companies and organizations are services on the inside. Everyone inside each organization, each department is delivering a service to department next door. The consumer is an entity that for many people is nowhere to be seen. Okay, if you go and ask to the people talking with the suppliers and so on, how does the consumer feel about the product that they are choosing for the next Compal? They have no clue. Okay, but nevertheless, they make part of the journey of Small Compal to deliver value to the consumer. The service that Small Compal provides to the consumer is built there. So we started there, and we started by understanding what was happening at Small Compal in each department. We made workshops with all the departments inside the company, and we gathered over 800 pain points from them. From all of these pain points, we clustered them, and we did our job the same way as if they were customers or consumers, and the way you do in your projects at MESG, and we figured out what were the main topics, the key clusters that we actually needed to tackle. And on this, we aligned priorities and understood and established a roadmap. Okay, this was very contrasting with the approach that the company board was expecting. The first thing that they told me was like, okay, what's the first thing that we're going to present the consumer with? What's the next app that we're going to build? And the approach was totally on the other hand. And we said, no, we first need to build the right infrastructure, build the right foundations so that we can be agile in delivering whatever we want. I have no clue what we're going to do next. But regardless of what we want to do, we have to be quick, and we have to make good decisions, we have to have the right data, and that is something that those 800 pain points showed clearly that we did not have at the time. So based on that, we defined a vision for ourselves. So where did we want to take Small Compal to? And this was very clear in our heads that we wanted a company that was empowered by technology, okay? So that digital solutions are present in the daily lives of our colleagues, and they are able to leverage on them. Intelligence is there, and technology is acting like a concierge, like someone who can actually provide insights, much like Nuno was saying, so that we can actually not only mitigate what, honestly, I push inside the company as not human tasks. Okay? I hate as much as I can when I see people looking at Excel files, copying and pasting stuff to another Excel file, or sending an email. So it's like, those are tasks that we should, at every point in time, not be or not have a human to it. So that's something that we are always closing in and trying to kill as much as possible. And then we established that as digital transformation, we had our role to unlock new horizons and actually make sure that the company understood their assets and what kind of services that they could build upon those assets, be it persons, be it technology, be it machines, but understanding that we can build new services, new value propositions to the consumer. Then here, we clearly separated into main topics, and much like a sandwich approach. Okay, so we went to a big roadmap of critical projects that everyone was looking forward to, and that would take years to tackle and to deliver. And then we also lay down the foundations for low-code developments that could tackle the niche problems and the very concrete and things that we could actually quick fix without any kind of disruption. So what are and will be the challenges? And I hope that when you get to the job market, you will understand that regardless of Nuno predictions, you will be facing this. So I might as well talk a little bit about it. So speed is the first one, okay? We are used to, like Nuno was presenting, to look into this and say, okay, technology is fast, we're going to go faster, we take good decisions, and we go forward, and we are agile. If we make a mistake, then we correct it and follow again, but speed is always there. When you get to companies that are legacy in their market, like Small Compal is, we are changing, but it's still there, it's a work in progress, you will face the fact that speed is not necessarily the number one, okay? Things take time, people have their own agendas and their own topics, so it's hard to make it happen. Decision making, as much as I wanted to say that data is always there and it's informed decisions, there is a lot of politics and consensus that needs to happen. And again, we want technology to help on this, but we need to be aware that this exists. And even though that ChatGPT or alike can make good suggestions, these discussions will happen and they will take some time. And then, last but not least, adoption. I mean, we can talk a lot about 6G and LLMs and so on, but adoption is something that when you hit the floor and you talk to people that are going to, in fact, use technology, how they are going to use it, it's very hard to change behaviors that have lasted 20 years. If you're talking to consumers that are Gen Z, millennials, whatever, I mean, people are very used to technology and very used to change how they interact with products and services. But if you have been working in the same place for 20 years, then changing those behaviors is tough. It's very hard. You can make it, and it's possible, and when you get to the end of the journey, you can definitely be sure to have a very good smile on the other end and say, okay, thank you for bringing me across, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge. It's a good one. What's beyond? And I believe this is the last slide. So we are looking to, in this digital transformation, to make sure that everyone at Small Compal understands that at the moment, we are a food and beverage company, yes. But in the next years, we can be a food and beverage company plus something else. I'm not sure what we're going to be. I know that we are a food and beverage company, but there is clearly an opportunity to explore and to deliver more value because we have a lot of capabilities that are solely being used to deliver one single business model, one single service. And this is something that when you go through MESG, you understand that with a given set of capabilities, you can create multiple services, considering different kinds of customers in the end, if it's a B2B or B2C or B2B2C, whatever, but you get the glimpse, and you are able to structure a good blueprint that can actually deliver value. So here, when we look at this, our role is really to look to the expansion of our horizons, making sure that we are customer-centric with whatever we want to do in the future, and then, in fact, really unlocking the potential and making sure that the people that have been working there for the past 20 years, 30 years, understand that there is more value to deliver than what they have been doing so far. So digital transformation for me is almost like a mission for empowering people and giving them the right technologies so that we can deliver more value with what we have today. just for last, well, thank you for having me, and thank you for the invitation. I was trying to be very concise. Hopefully I made the required minutes. But it's always a pleasure to come back to PhilP, and it's always a very good feeling of gratitude towards the faculty for having me here and for having the small compile also here. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and now we'll have Pedro Henriques.
So good afternoon to everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for this invitation to the SESG organization. I think this has been a great event so far, and thank you for the other speakers and professors and for the university for receiving this event. I will try to tell you an exciting story. Hopefully it will move and motivate your dreams since you are in such an important phase of your life. My journey, I will give you an example of a journey in information security. So I'm a CEO of a company called StrongStep, a process improvement company, and we actually hire from MESG a lot. So you are welcome to send your CVs. I've also launched 5 other companies and worked in 12 countries. I will tell a very small story about that. And I had the chance to be 8 years professor at PhilP in MESG and also in software engineering. So I'll talk a bit about just briefly about StrongStep. We're a process improvement company in information security, software engineering services. We are more than 15 years old, almost a teenager actually. And we help companies improve their processes, train and do certifications. And also we have some R&D projects with PhilP, totaling 2 million euros, involving also artificial intelligence and best practices, etc. So here is our team. We are a spin-off of the Faculty of Engineering of PhilP and University of Porto. We've changed now from UPTEC to In Front of the Sea in Edifício Transparente. So we have our door to the sand. If you like to work by the sea, this is good. You also have showers and free yoga and boxing. We are partners of the Carnegie Mellon Software Engineering Institute and in Silicon Valley and in Pittsburgh, where we have been studying for the first months when we created the company some time ago. So we were 5 people from PhilP, 2 were professors, Professor Vidal, Professor Falcão e Cunha, and 3 others, which I'm part of. And we are partners also of the Ireland Portuguese Business Network, among other plug and play in Silicon Valley. And we are based now in Work in Porto. So there's 4 floors of companies with restaurants and bars. It's quite nice. And we work with the global presence. Since COVID, we expanded a lot because our customers, sometimes they are based in a number of countries. We have meetings with 12 countries at the same time in the same meeting, sometimes with 3 different time zones. So this has been some of the challenges of working with this information security, and we have been working in these areas: software, retail, aerospace, financial, healthcare, like INEM, and other entities in communications, etc. But today, I want to talk to you about some challenges that my colleagues have been mentioning, opportunities and challenges like AI, automation, large-scale platforms like we use today, very comfortable from home to call the Uber Eats, or to see a Netflix or Spotify, but that doesn't come all for free. Yes, so we have a lot of technology helping us. We also saw that during pandemic, a lot of technology and the digital transformation that Carlos mentioned was very important for us, for everyone. Some of our customers reached profit record levels, like Decathlon. I guess many of you order things online from Decathlon, and we're doing lots of sports, trying to not get fat, sitting at home, like I did. Also artificial intelligence, which is very interesting. Not just us moved home, also the robbers and the burglars, they also moved home. So think of that. They also did remote work. So they were attacking you, phishing you, SMSing you, trying to make you fraud, and they were getting better. So they were using artificial intelligence, like Nuno said, and they are getting better and better at it. So I'll ask, any one of you knows someone who has received an SMS saying, please transfer me money because I lost my mobile phone, and mother, I need 1,000 euros or 500 euros, please transfer now. Okay, and how many of you know people that actually transferred money? Okay, that's also a good statistic. And how many of you get calls from international numbers that you don't know, trying to tell that you have made a very dangerous crime and you're going to be in jail, or that you have to transfer money, and if you don't transfer money, they'll put the image of you in the internet and call all your friends telling that you were doing something wrong. Okay, so everyone here knows all these challenges, and also there are more coming. But gratefully, you are in a great course, MESG, and you are learning some of the most important things, like in the introductions we saw here today, like the importance of processes. So if you have good processes, the chances that you are delivering good services in companies and in your work is highly, it increases a lot. So that's what Humphrey said on the Software Engineering Institute when we were studying there. But often we come to organizations and they say, we come there and we start to analyze how they're working, and we tell them, look, your house is on fire. And they say, well, it's okay because we know it. And they say, okay, but maybe we should change some things, trying to improve, because all this cybercrime, artificial intelligence, fraud, and all that, you don't want your name on the news that they robbed all your database and stole your customers and your credit cards. And they say, well, yes, we want to improve. But sometimes they don't know where to start. So that's a challenge that you can help them, where to start. So often happens that, imagine Nuno does something in one way, and Carlos does the same task in the same company in another way, and Pedro does it in another way. So okay, okay, that can happen. But sometimes it's not like that. Pedro does the task in one way in 1 week, and then the next week he reinvents the wheel, and he does everything from scratch again, like ignoring all the knowledge from all the years before. And then João remakes the same task, doing rework, that is wasted time, and then tells to the customer, oh, I've done your work, and they say, well, it's already done, and losing communication and credibility and time and money, because time is the most precious thing you have in your life. So how can we improve that? And you are head-on this. It's about processes, and I want to share, I hope my story will give you some ideas also for your career and for your future. I will tell about this image here. It's about my first job. No, I didn't work for IKEA, almost, but my first job, I first was studying here, then I went to Erasmus in Toulouse, and I fell in love with a Swedish girl. So as you know, Sweden is quite far from Portugal, so I had to drive for 4 days in my car, and when I was crossing the bridge, actually the ferry to go there, and I called Vivica, and she said, well, Pedro, I was thinking about this, and maybe it's not a good idea you are coming. I was like, well, I drove for 4 days. Now he's just crossing the ferry. Oh, come on. So the day after I was there, and I was living in an apartment. It was a very small apartment. You know, there was like a digital campus like here in Philp with a lot of technology companies, but I had no job. And she was working every day. And this was in November. So imagine Sweden in November, very dark, no lights, very cold, minus 20, whatever. Every day I was passing by the companies, and I wanted to find a job. So I went there, I knocked, and I said, oh, I want to talk to the president of Ericsson. And they were like, but who are you? I said, well, I'm Pedro Henriques from Portugal, and I drove for 4 days with my car to meet my girlfriend. I have 500 euros in my account, and I need a job, and I really would love to work at Ericsson, which is my dream. All my family had Ericsson mobiles. And they were like, well, you know what? In Sweden, to have a meeting, you first have to book the meeting, then we accept the meeting, and then you come here. It's like, okay. Well, I sent 2 emails to the president, and he didn't reply. And they were like, okay. So for 10 minutes, they spoke in Swedish in the phone, and I thought they are calling the police or the security guards. So after 10 minutes come the vice president, and he pointed at me, you must be Pedro. And I said, yes. Okay, he took me to his office, and for half an hour, he explained me the whole business of Ericsson. And then at the end, he said, oh, there's only one problem. We could hire you. You have done this work in processes and studied at Philp and whatever. But there's only one problem. I said, okay. Is it that I don't speak Swedish? I never worked in Sweden. I only know one person in Sweden, and I have no experience. And no. Is that you will have to travel for this, not the 6th generation, but it was the 3rd generation. I'm really old. 3rd generation mobile phones. So it was before we had video and data that you could send image and files. So we have this project, but we need to put everyone working together. We have Finnish people, Italian, Dutch, and they cannot speak and get together organized. So we need the processes, and maybe this could help. So, okay, long story short, with my first salary, I went to IKEA, and I never had put together furniture. How many of you have put together one IKEA furniture? Okay, very well. So after we come there, and I spend almost all my salary in, we are going to put a furniture for my computer, which we have this keyboard and the tower and the communications. And Vivica gives me the manual, and she said, "Oh, here's the manual." I was like, "I don't need a manual. I'm Portuguese." So after 10 minutes, I'm all sweating, and I say, "Okay, please give me the manual." And in 2 minutes, I put everything together. And I was like, "Wow, this is fantastic." So I had this idea, like I have to implement it, the Ericsson project, this for all these 9 countries to speak together and to be the first ones in the world to have 3G. And that's what we did. And that's a bit of the advice I'm going to bring for you today here, is that when you are on your journey to improve and to increase the way you work, you look at international best standards, and you use the standard as something that helps you while you improve in time and in quality, that you don't go back after when your project changes, when your project manager changes, etc. So the idea is to go from unconsciously chaotic to consciously chaotic first, and then trying to improve and to be in some areas disciplined consciously. So like we saw in this house on fire, you cannot put all the fire out at the first time. So what Warren Buffett told is that instead of learning with your problems, with your mistakes, it's much better to learn with the mistakes of the other people. Yeah? So that's why processes and certifications are so good, also in information security and in AI. There's new standards now and regulation in Europe to protect on AI. And why is that important, for instance? Do you believe that AI should decide on to kill someone? Yes or no? Okay, in Europe, in the regulation, it's not allowed, but in other countries, it is allowed. So they can decide to kill. In Europe, it's against our European courts of rights.
You need to have your prompt right.
Like, oh, sorry, not that one. Okay. So, yeah, that's a part of our values. And I want now to show you what can go wrong with information security. Please, we need sound. Okay. Louder.
The internet has opened up a world of opportunities for businesses like ours. Businesses at the cutting edge of technology. We know the world's most high-profile companies inside out. Companies like yours. Who are we? Your worst nightmare.
In a wave of attacks on businesses worldwide, criminals have launched yet another malicious attack on, well, I think he's here.
I've got nothing to say.
Do you think your position is sustainable, sir?
I've got no comment to make.
Do you think your shareholders are going to make it this, sir?
I said we don't know the full extent of the intrusion.
How long will you be offline?
Don't you have systems in place to stop this from happening?
Our security protocols have been breached by what I can only describe as a highly sophisticated cyber attack.
We can't take all the credit. We had a little help from Jim.
Oh, hello.
One of your managers.
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
Jim kindly loaded our keylogger into his PC. Before catching up on some emails, giving us direct access to his mailbox and password. Jim's giving us a lot of information. Access to business contacts, emails from work colleagues. Jim's the outgoing type. Hello, Ali in IT. You look like a privileged
Hello,
user.
Hello. Hi, yes, this is Ellie. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem.
I think I'm in there. Well, thanks, Sally, for welcoming our custom malware into your system. We're looking forward to working closely alongside you over the next few months. There's no hurry. We have all the time in the world. After all, no one knows we're there.
We shouldn't be able to reach the live environment from here. But then why complain if we can?
I bet the vulnerability testing doesn't apply to the internal servers. Thought not.
Default password. Who forgets to change that?
We have access to all your networks. We're in the database, mapping systems, circumnavigating firewalls across the business. Oh, and did I mention, we're going global on this one.
Je l'enverrai tout de suite. Merci.
We can organize the research and development from this end. Can you forward me the contract? Victor Batlier.
そうですね、社内の方からの、承認が下りるまでは他の方にちょっと、
Intellectual property, confidential documents, personal and financial data belonging to thousands of people throughout your business, from anywhere in the world. We know your secrets.
So how long has this been going on?
This may have been going on for some time.
What are the cost implications of the attack?
He doesn't know what's hit him, or his business.
IT are trying to work it out. All systems stay offline for days while they assess the extent of the attack.
PR are working overtime on damage limitation.
No, I understand. Let's take the chance.
Then there's the emergency board meeting.
Powerless as the share price falls.
As customers and investors abandon ship, the board realize that the game has changed.
They thought they knew the risks.
How did this happen? Who the hell is responsible?
Working at the heart of your business has been an invaluable experience. Good to know the door's always open.
Is out there, it's why you're getting all these phone calls is because massive quantities of data have been stolen, are in the dark web, sometimes free or sometimes for some money. You can buy this information, and AI is taking this to another level. So it's not human beings doing like they are here. Now it's a lot of automation, and sometimes it's fake videos and voice. They can grab a voice with a few seconds and generate any speech to voice, text to voice message. So pretending it's your grandmother or your son or your cousin or your, yeah, that's our message here for today, that we have to, you are going to be the new generation to protect from these things and using the processes and the knowledge from MESG. So there's a few challenges ahead, but I'm sure you will head them on and very optimistic about this. And AI will also be on your side to help you in some of these challenges. So if you, this was my talk for today. If you like TED Talks, you can also search for my name there for my TED. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last speaker, Lian and Tam.
So, hello everyone. My name is Lena Antão. I'm a data scientist at Deus.ai. So, as you've seen, all my colleagues have been talking about AI. I'm one of the people responsible for putting out there. So today we are going to talk, oh, it's cut. Don't know why. But today we're going to talk a bit about what's AI, what's the risks, and the points that you need to understand. Because my first question for you is very simple. Do you know why AI right now is like booming? Everybody's talking about AI, right? But I don't know if you have this knowledge, but AI has been around for a long, long time. But only now people are talking about it. Only now with generative AI, people know about it. Does any of you know why this is happening now? I assume not? Go. You have been free AI for long also. It's a whole new aspect that I'm going to explain very fast and very easily. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a bit more boring and data science-y, but I think you need to understand a bit this. So before, AI was built and developed in clusters. You had like AI for robotics, AI for video generation, for computer vision, for speech, for music, for time series data, so data with timestamps, basically. And everybody was doing their own models, their own things. So you have different clusters of people working separately. Then came the beautiful and amazing transformers. Don't be completely overwhelmed by this architecture. It's fairly simple for the people in the area, but it's amazing. It was created in 2017, and what allowed was that instead of having people working in music, in image, in time series, in whatever type of input data, you have one architecture for all. This allows to, I just need to transform my data, my image, my text, my music into embeddings, which is numbers, and the model deals with it. That's what allowed to create ChatGPT. ChatGPT has behind it a GPT, which is a transformer model, and allows this behavior. So after transformers, everybody that developed AI started to focus on this type of models. That's why you have this boom. Everybody that was doing their separate thing now is doing and creating things on the same level. That's why you had the boom, then you had ChatGPT, and all of you use it, right? That's the truth. So we need to be aware that using this type of stuff has risks that if you are not aware of them, it could have great consequences. So imagine if you had like a pharmaceutical company and they were not regulated. They could do whatever they wanted, right? So it would be chaos. I could create whatever material, whatever substance without having anyone to see if it was safe for you. That's what's happening with AI now. Or now you can say, okay, but AI is like something that you can choose to use. Chemistry is not, right? You have it in your food, in your creams. Well, that's not the reality. You have AI everywhere. You have had AI everywhere for a long time. You have it in your Google Maps, you have in Netflix, you have in all your e-commerce. Every application probably that you use now has some type of AI behind it. And AI is not only generative AI. You have recommendation systems, you have predictive analytics, everything. So you need to be aware that you actually have consequences from having these systems having impact on your lives. And I'm not the only one saying it. I don't know if you know these guys. Maybe, probably you don't know that top one, but it's the godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton. Please search for him, great guy. But Elon Musk, the CEO from Google, the creator from ChatGPT and OpenAI, everybody's saying, please be aware of these systems, please do something. And this is where AI regulation that my colleague already mentioned comes in. And props to the European Union. We are the first to actually do something about it. So we do have the AI Act that was introduced in April 2021. So it was before ChatGPT was launched. So they were aware that it's not only generative AI, but basically this allows to have regulation on top of AI. You have to comply for several rules. And it's basically a risk-based approach. I'm not going to have a deep dive because we don't have time for it, but it allows you to classify an AI system, and then you have to comply for certain rules, which for you, personally, from Magic, I would say it's something that you should deep dive in, because probably in all your clients or future projects, they will ask for AI. You need to understand what you need to comply within the process, what should be considered. So be aware of that. So why should we have regulation? Do you know the impact of these systems? Because this is one of those. Basically, every vision recognition system has this really, really huge issue about races. Everybody that is colored is not very well classified in these systems. And in countries like in the United States, for instance, they use these systems to actually put people into jail. Like this man who was incorrectly classified by AI system and then went to jail for several years until they were able to trace back. Yeah, this is true. And this is a study that was done in several AI systems that are used in surveillance systems, so it's something that actually impacts your lives. This goes well beyond the part of jail, goes into health systems. You have AI telling if you should have a follow-up treatment, for instance. And there was a study in a model in 2019 that people that were black did not have follow-up treatments every time in that American hospital. Why? Because the system was trained on data that allowed the system to learn that black people don't have money, so they don't pay for the follow-up system, so it's not profit for the hospital. So basically, this is something that they actually were able at least to understand and try to solve. Then we have this. So every girl in here, I have a bad news for you. If you try to work for Amazon, you would not be able to, because they have an AI system that crosses out all CVs that were for women. Why? Because the data that was used to train that model was fed on past hiring, and past hiring for tech-led companies is mostly men. So the algorithm learned that women were not desirable. And fun fact here is that they try then, let me take out the sex from the data, maybe that helps. No, because AI has this wonderful feature of extracting and extrapolating from other data. So I could take out the sex, but if I had some verbs that women typically use more, it would be able to catch on to that, and you would not be screened. They actually shut down the system after 2 years of constantly not hiring women. So quick challenge. Do you see these images? Let's try to do very quickly, try to guess. First image, AI generated or real? AI, please raise your hand if it's AI. No? Okay, let's go for the last one. AI or real? AI, please raise your hand. Okay. Do you see the level of this? Generative AI, right now, it's able to actually do something that is more realistic than some real photos. This is the level of generative AI these days. And goes a bit further than that. Have you heard about Sora? How many of you have heard about Sora? Please raise your hands. Okay, for those that don't, please search for it because it's amazing. It's OpenAI did the same as ChatGPT, but for video. I just write a prompt and I can generate videos. And this is an AI-generated video. That is an AI-generated animation. Now imagine for companies like Pixar that spend years doing animation, me, I know nothing about animation, I do a text prompt, I get that. This is the level of Gen AI, once again, for you to understand, but it has good things also. I love that one of the Pope, by the way. I didn't know it was fake at first, so it was great. Okay, sorry, just a second. So for you to understand this, these AI-generated images and AI-generated videos actually have real negative impact in the world. You have things like audio deepfakes influencing politic decisions, elections. You have now people being blackmailed by deepfake porn and nudes. So please be aware of the data that you put out, because right now, me, and I did this for a friend just to showcase, I can take pictures of you, I use one cool AI model, I can do a lot of damage. So just a heads up, I'm very dangerous. Just to wrap up, basically people have been working on this, so I'm not being only negative Nancy here. So people have been trying to understand why these algorithms have bias. So Hugging Face, one of the cool companies that are trying to do open source AI, they are the good ones. They try to analyze two generative AI models for generating images, Stable Diffusion and DALL-E from OpenAI, Stable Diffusion from Diffusion company. They basically analyzed a lot of images for generating professions, and what they came up with was that out of really, really a lot of images, you have a very high tendency towards several things. For instance, CEOs, 97% were white males. And for instance, if you add then several adjectives to those roles, if I say emotional CEO, then I get a woman. If I get stubborn or intellectual, I get a man. And you may say, oh, yeah, but Liliana, this is the statistical reality, right? Like CEOs are mostly men, so that's what the algorithm learned. Well, no. AI has the tendency to propagate and put it way bigger than it is in terms of bias and what you can learn from the data. So you need to be aware of this. And when I say images, I don't know how many of you used ChatGPT when it was launched, but we did a cool thing in my company, which was try to ask for biographies for us. And for instance, for me, I said, I'm Liliana Antão, I'm a girl working for a company, for a tech company. Please give me a biography for me. And ChatGPT wrote that I was, drumroll, depressed, because I'm a woman in a tech world. Let's skip this one. So what ChatGPT did, and all of you that use it may have seen this, is guardrailed it. So right now you may ask tricky questions, you don't get answers. But it's not because the model learned something, it's because they put guardrails on it. It's like, please don't answer this, like this, you know? So what happens when you have guardrails is that people learn to surpass it. So it will not be fault-proof, and most of the guardrails are not. So that's why we need AI regulation. That's why we need impactful solutions. For you to understand, this is what the EU-AI Act right now, it's impacting companies that don't comply. So it's not huge, but it's something. It's a start. And AI Act is actually asking for companies that do AI and apply AI to state when something is AI generated, to have monitoring of bias and fairness, and to have people to report issues. So this is my final message for all of you. For me, as a data scientist that constructs some of these models, I would very much like all of your help. When you use these models, please be aware of these issues and report to the companies every issue that you see, because that's how you actually improve, and then you can all use AI safe and sound someday, hopefully. That's it. Thank you so much.
So thank you for the very, very interesting and food for thought presentations. And now I'll open up to the audience who wants to start. Oh, we have. Do you have a thing? Look at it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had a question for our last speaker. As you mentioned, the European Parliament chose 4 risk levels, and you mentioned talked mostly about deepfakes. However, the European Parliament only chose deepfakes as a second-level risk, so a medium-level risk. At least that's what I read. Maybe I read incorrectly, and that's why I was asking, which was the fact that to create a deepfake, you would have to basically create a part of the image saying that it was generated by deepfakes. And what I was going to ask was that, how are you going to prevent this from basically people cutting the picture, that part of the picture, and reposting it? Thank you.
Yeah, so to the first part of the question, it's not like that. So for instance, high-risk systems are classified based on their application. So if I have something with deepfakes inclusion or generative AI inclusion in certain sectors, like finance, HR, healthcare, it's all high risk. Okay, so it's a matter of where it's applied to and not the base system itself. So you could still have a high-risk system there. Regarding the second point, that's actually a very controversial thing because everybody complained about that in the AI Act. One of the cool things that I don't know if you are aware of is that Meta for instance, is already trying to do their own AI, generative AI content detection system in all their social networks. So it's not a matter if you put your watermark in it, it's a matter if you are able to detect it without the watermark. And that's where I think we should go for. So right now, it's really tricky for me to understand when it's AI generated or not. For image and video, it's a bit more, let's call it possible. It's still not infallible, but you can do it. For text, is way harder. Every system that you see, and by the way, the professors here that use the, let's see if it was generated by ChatGPT thing, it's based on statistics. So what it does is, let me check if it does the same type of errors that humans do. So it's not bulletproof, because if I put my text to Grammarly, I will probably be checked as ChatGPT generated, which it's not truth. So basically, my answer to you is, right now you have no way to implement this. What you need is to invest in detecting when something is AI generated.
If I was allowed one more question, I don't know if I'm capable of doing that. The other question that I had was regarding the fact that was mentioned earlier about jobs, which is the fact that according to the IMF, around 40% of the jobs will either be affected or will cease to exist because of AI. And what I was going to ask is what the European Parliament did in that act to try to prevent this from happening.
So one of the things that you are obliged to do when you have AI system applied in some of your processes in a company is you have always to have human oversight. Is required, is mandatory. So you cannot have an AI system operating in the wild. That's where you still need the human in the loop to give you feedback and be the overall decision of the system. But in my opinion, that only reduces the impact, doesn't totally damage, undoes the damage that AI can do. But in here, maybe we can pass on a bit to, yeah.
Well, by the way, he's an engineer student. I know if
I can answer with another question. So why it should prevent for destroying the jobs?
Rather than preventing the destruction of the jobs, shouldn't there be regulation to help companies transform the jobs that can currently be done by AI for transforming them into controlling the system instead?
Well, I think we are a little bit on the gray side because transforming is another job. So,
yes,
so
that's exactly what I meant, yes.
So you are destroying an old job to create a new one. So my point is, why you want to keep from destroying jobs that...
Oh, I don't want to keep them. My question was, how shall we do it going forward?
Well, I don't believe in in that perspective.
Okay. My uncle, with 82 years old, told me that long time ago, he told me this since I was young, the future job is actually to be able to program the robots. He was telling me that, and he is from all his life he worked on TV, not on anything related to engineering. So that's something curious. And when my is a grandchild, which is my daughter-in-law, no, not daughter-in-law, goddaughter, she said she wanted to study letras, about writing and okay, languages. I told her, no, study computer engineering, which was stupid, and she didn't follow my advice. I'm a software engineer like you. But as we were saying today, there will be challenges for the different jobs. So here, your job is actually to find what are the opportunities. So like you said, are the opportunities on regulation or on managing the machines or managing how they are following the EU acts or things like that. So that can be an opportunity, and we should look into that side.
Thank you.
Just to add on that, I mean, I feel very strongly about the question and the presence of jobs and their representation, their value. And from day one, when you start in digital transformation roles, you have like a big target on your head, you know, stating that everyone knows that you're there to cut jobs. Okay? And that's it. That's it. You walk across the corridor and the people know that there's the guy that's going to fire someone. And that's the one. And we have that challenge at the moment at Small Compile, and it's not a matter of fact about AI. It's a matter of fact of technology, purely simple. It's about adapting to new processes. I mean, when Pedro goes around and says, "Oh, we need a new process," but in fact, with this new process, we will not need that many people because we will be centralizing operations. That was something that always happened, but suddenly, when we look at this, I think that the 10x situation where it's like, "Oh no, this is really huge. And this is not something very small. This is huge." It's the speed. I mean. But what I see the most is we should not be talking, honestly, about jobs. We should be talking about learning and about adapting to change. I've seen for all my career, and I see every day, people that have been stuck in their careers, not in terms of job, but in terms of learning and mentality and career of their own decision. They chose not to learn, not to adapt. And that's a decision that we can discuss. Oh, maybe the organizations need to push their employees to learn more. Honestly, that's not how I see it. That's not how the way it goes. Because either you are clearly on the adaptation model and mindset that you need to grow and to find how you can be valuable, not productive, valuable to the company or to the society. I mean, you name it. That's your job. As a matter of fact, you can be today here at this table with this computer, with this team, but you don't know what you're going to do the next years. And I think that we, as well, humanity as a whole is very prone to just sitting and not doing anything at all. We are prone to staying quiet and silent. But we need to change that. And it's not really about technology. It's not. So, I mean, my answer to you would be, we need to change the mindset, and we need to understand that we need to be always learning and about discovering how we can add value, and not how technology will take our job. But if it's taking your job, you're not adding value. That's it.
Thank you.
Who else wants?
My question is for Carlos from Compal. It was about what you just were talking. Some people have, for example, what you said, some people work for 20 years in the same position in a company and therefore show some resistance for learning or changing habits. And my question is basically how we can teach or try to change these people's mindset and how it works in companies.
Well, I found, and by the way, Gonçalo over there can help. Gonçalo is part of my team, so he's in fact also a Magic student and is working with me with this. But we found several types of profiles or personas, if you're gonna want to pick that. We have the persona which has been there for a long time, but suddenly you appear and you say, well, we have this new technology over here, and we believe that this can help the company. And the person on the other side says, that's really cool. I know a couple of things that I can do with that. Like, okay, let's get it on. Then you have the profile that you go to them and you make them same conversation, and the answer is, does the company believe that I'm able to work with this technology with just this training session? And you're like, no, I was just showing you. This is not even a training session. We're just like trying to understand how we can add value with this. And I'm like, okay, but this is not how it goes. Okay, so how does it go? And suddenly you're in. Okay, now we need to make training sessions, you need to set up everyone, you need to call the CEO, you need to call the HR department, and you need to make this and that, so that you can make first a training session, and then something, and then suddenly the mindset is so ingrained on the, I've been doing this is my role, this is my environment, and that's it. But the good part is that when you accept that you're making a service to the organization. And there are several profiles of these. You need to understand how they think, how they act, what they fear, how they feel about themselves and how they feel about their value to the company, and you need to work alongside them. And some of the things that you learn in MEJ are absolutely critical for that. Engaging and making good interviews, making good workshops, engaging with co-creation with them, and following the footsteps, that will take you there. And in the end, they will be your best advocates, okay? They will be. They will be a pain in the ass, but they will be your best advocates. So it's possible, it's there, it's a challenge, it's tough, but it's my job, so I feel it's cool, I like it, but that's it. You really need to put what you learn from MEJ in practice.
And what if we spend a lot of time and money in them to try to change, and then in years from now we observe that it was all in vain?
It's something that you cannot escape to that. Mm-hmm. I mean, you will, at least that's my approach. You will have to endure. You will have to spend months, and I can tell you, I've spent the last year, 23, well, actually 22, working on a project just to make sure that I was able to demonstrate the value to the company in several layers. And then suddenly in 23, we started the pilot. Good thing, 3 months pilot, okay? After 3 months, we're like, okay, we're gonna change the process, we're gonna do this, and that. We're gonna go change the whole thing. Amazing. By the end of the pilot, the organization said, well, we're gonna restructure. We're gonna change the board members, we're gonna change the directors, we're gonna change everything. And they're like, no. You're not gonna do that. Yes, and it's for the better. We are restarting the project now. Okay. 1 year later, the whole thing was nothing what we thought about. And it's what it is. You have to endure it, and you have to, well, believe that that's the right path to take. But at a certain point in time, you will have to drop, honestly, and no questions out there in the end, but you will have to drop some people. Because there are people that will not adapt. They are not willing to, and their mindset is not there. For one clear situation, when I got to the company, in my first 10 days, I got a call, one of our directors that's not working with us anymore, but he retired, and he said, "Well, Carlos, it's nice to meet you, but just to be very clear, does any of your projects impact the existing projects?" And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And if it does, we'll manage and the way we go through it. And he's like, oh, okay, then it's fine. I was like, it's good that you're here, but just stay away from me. Don't touch what I'm doing, and it will be okay. So, we always, we had a good relationship, but he was not there already. He was just there in the company physically, but his mindset was not there. So just drop it. That's what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else wants to?
Good afternoon. I have a question for the first speaker. I was actually shocked when you shared that fact that every prompt we put into ChatGPT spends half a liter of water. How do you get to that figure?
Great question. Want to take a guess?
No idea.
but premium account. No, there is several studies. In fact, if you look studies from AWS, Amazon Web Services, they are starting to co-locate their data centers near to nuclear plants and more on the north side of the world, so it's cooler. So because the cost of water to cool the machines down is extremely high. Okay, and of course, one of also on the topics that was mentioned, of course, you have the models, and the models are now good models for AI, and AI exists many decades ago, started to be developed many decades ago, and now you have the computing power to put those models to work. So, but they are very costly in terms of compute, storage, and database. Okay, so yeah, so unfortunately, you take a lot of water for that cooling perspective.
Okay, thank you very much.
And also on the sustainability issue, because we are very green by default, you need to go nuclear for, but you don't go with the electrical solar power to power this Gen AI stuff. So you need to go nuclear. So if you have strong feelings about nuclear power, think again.
Okay, I have another one, please. How is the position of AI leading companies on shaping laws and guidance on the Europe industry?
If I understood correctly, what is the state of the art of law and governance?
Yes.
In Europe?
Yes, in Europe or internationally.
I would say that it's very tough because the European Union has a lot of regulations, and that's why probably American companies will disrupt the market as always, because we need to go slower, because we need to have a lot of guardrails. But it's our model, our way of life, an European way of life with social responsibility. But if you go for United States, they don't care.
Okay. I think the aim of this question was if the companies of AI can lead shaping these laws or helping.
They do have access and they can give feedback as common citizens can give, but they have a lobby and they have powerful lobbies that can influence those laws, and they have people dedicated to influence the decision making in European Union. The European Union is aware of those.
So it can say that. Can it be company biased, some laws?
Yeah, it's politics. It happens a lot, yeah, in politics.
Another one?
Wait.
If I can just help a
bit
bit here. So,
thank you.
In AI, in companies that generate the AI, in the ones from Europe, which is the tricky part, we already from several years ago have already developed AI with, for instance, the monitoring systems that are required from all the types of legislation, and even from a perspective to give reports to the client. So if you are using our AI systems, you have reports from bias, fairness, performance metrics, everything. The tricky thing here is, like my colleagues were saying, you have huge companies from outside that then companies inside use their systems. That's where things get tricky, because they should comply to our requirements and they refuse. So this is why the EU Act, by the way, was delayed and delayed and delayed, because this could be a backtrack for the European economy, because you are basically putting companies like OpenAI and saying, no, you don't operate here if you do it like that. I don't know if you guys know, but in Italy, actually, ChatGPT was blocked for 2 months because it didn't comply with RGPD. Yeah, in Italy. So, and OpenAI actually was pushing them back and say, no, we will not change that. But then they did. So this type of thing will happen. And the cool thing is that right now in the United States, they are having conversations about legislation, even with one huge AI Portuguese woman, which is Daniela Braga. And she's having those conversations with the parliament there also to try to apply some laws there. This way it would be easier to then have these huge companies that hold the monopoly in their hands to be compliant with something. Because I don't know if you know also, Sora, the system was trained with YouTube videos, Instagram Reels, your data. So you see the issue here, because they have all the power in their hands now and nobody's doing anything about it. The European Union does what it can, but it doesn't have hold on those huge companies like my colleagues were saying. So it's tough right now. It will be tricky, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Here, Professor Jorge.
Hi, so thank you very much for the presentations. I was just wondering, and I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but you mentioned about guardrails, and Pedro was mentioning about cybersecurity, and I'm wondering, okay, there is also a security risk that the guardrails are not there anymore. And we think they are, but very clever kind of hackers take them out and manipulate AI on their own terms because AI is also like a black box. So nobody knows exactly how it comes out, but it might be biased to a certain way that malicious actors can. Is that correct?
Yeah. One of the first challenges, and maybe even for your company, would be to start to adapt a bit on the cybersecurity standards that we have right now towards more this type of systems, because the threats are different. Like we were saying, for instance, the type of guardrails that these systems have, the type of threat, it's not something that the penetration test or something standard in cybersecurity would solve. So we need new standards, and for sure, what happens is this type of stuff. For you to understand how easy it is to throw out a guardrail, it's just sending garbage in a prompt. I send typos and symbols, and all of a sudden, it's answering me how to destroy the world. It's as easy as this. So the part of guardrailing is not the way to go. It needs to be solved from the cybersecurity perspective, yes, but it needs to be solved from the AI perspective. You need to make the models learn what's not good to answer, and not only say, please don't answer this. That's one of the points. And when you said AI is a black box, I didn't have time to say that, but since you are a small audience, I really would like to pass on this message. Please understand that ChatGPT and generative AI, it's not factual, it's a probabilistic model. So what it does is, I give it a word, it'll predict the next word based on learning semantics. So please don't use it as a search engine. Use Google for that, okay? Thank you.
Okay, to add on that, there is an international standard organization norm for helping you building artificial intelligence. So we can help you on that, by the way. And it's called 42001, and it's from 2023. So it's very young. It's not even 1 year old. But it's, like I said, the users and the good users and also the bad users, like I said, the burglars and the robbers, they are always ahead. So you cannot... sometimes it's not really easy to guess what they're going to do next. You can put some guardrails, but it's about a lot of test and fail. So we will fail many times to ensure that AI is safe until we can make it steadily more robust. But it will be a trial and error, like the cars or the first airplanes. You don't want to see the image of the first airplanes flying and those very brave Portuguese that went across the world in an airplane that was like very, very, very not reliable. Yeah, and the AI will go through all these phases. There is certification for those that want to use it. There is regulation looking into it, but there will be mistakes and problems, yeah.
This guardrails issue is very complex, I would say, because it's the same topic about Twitter and Facebook and the other social media. So I think it depends how you value your independence, your liberty. I'm not saying what is correct. I don't have the correct answer. It's a given, but I think it has many layers, because when you put a lot of guardrails, well, you are giving up your independence, your freedom. It's a very philosophical question, so it has a lot of layers. But please keep in mind that we Europeans tend to be more to be regulated. Other countries not, but we compete with them. So.
Hello? Oh, okay. So, hi everyone. So, I'm not sure if this was talked about because I missed the first talk. Quantum computing and AI, was it mentioned? No, not really. Okay. I think it touches Pedro's concerns around security, because I think we've all heard that the existing cryptographic methods could easily be broken in several hours or something like that. But that's just the first step. So AI was a baby technology just a few years ago. Quantum is in the same place, and it could jump quickly. There's a lot of skepticism that it will be possible to upscale quantum computing. Even so, it currently seems to pose a challenge to techniques of security that are basic for operating and transmitting data on the internet. So any thoughts on that, on things that are going on in terms of security tools and advancements that you might know? For anyone.
Okay, that's true, that all your information that is out there with passwords, in some years it will be, everyone will be able to read it. So everything you post on the internet, be very careful, even if with a password and the login and all that. So quantum will also be part of the solution. Like AI will be part of the solutions for the challenge of AI, quantum will also help to protect from this power, that computing power that was never seen before.
Yeah, I would say that the computing power is still not there for quantum, but I would say that in here's perspective, and now they are talking about quantum bits. It's the possibility of having not 0 and 1s. It can be 0 and 1 at the same time, but I would say that we are still not there to computing power for mass consumption. But when we reach there, of course, we will have challenges like cybersecurity, but we will have also huge opportunities in terms of new services and new possibilities to expand our capabilities as a human race.
No, not your area. Anyone else?
Can I just address a concern that I think is shared, at least it was expressed later. I think the only thing I saw that could counter this this tension between, okay, AI is not in my hands, it belongs to a company with interests and etc. So that's a very valid concern. I think they will escape any legislation that we try to do. This act will be, they'll just fly above or around. And so the only thing I saw interesting is a project. It's called TinyCorp. So they have various projects. One of them is a small portable supercomputer that you could have at home because you can train your own AI engine. So the philosophy of the owner is that AI will be a tool, a currency, a power, let's say. And so the only way to stay competitive is to have your own AI custom the way you want it to be. Of course, we'll always be behind the big corporations, but it's something. I think it's interesting.
I think we have another solution. So there's this tendency now of AI, with generative AI models, to do what my colleagues was saying, that you need supercomputers and nuclear power to do it. Why? Because you have too many parameters. For you to understand, you have billions and trillions of parameters in these LLMs. Because the tendency now is bigger is better, because as you have much more parameters, it means you fed it with much more data, you understood much better everything that you need from the data. They think that's the way to go for AGI, the level of human intelligence. From my perspective, and for several other data scientists and AI people from the field, that's not. Because what happens with the human brain, you don't have as many neurons as those models now are building. It's not a matter of how many parameters. And like 7 years ago, there was this research in MIT for liquid neural networks. So I'm going to be a bit boring now, but please bear with me. Liquid neural networks, what does it do? You take this type of networks. Everything in AI right now is built on neural networks. Fun fact. These LLMs, billions, trillions of parameters, liquid neural networks does the opposite. Let's see what I can do if I just take 8 parameters, 8 neurons. Let me see what it learns. They optimize the process of learning to the network to reduce the size of the network, and they were actually able to surpass performance in autonomous driving compared to this type of models. So it's a very small step, but I think there's where you actually need to go. You need to go to decrease the computing power needs, to decrease the complexity. So then, if I need to run an open source model, I can do it in my computer. I don't need to pay hundreds of thousands of euros for a cluster of GPUs. I don't need anything from that size. And from my perspective, that's where you need to go, so you can have then your own solutions and not general solutions also. Mistral, for instance, the AU AI company, did something called mixer of experts. They didn't do one huge LLM. They did several that were optimized for different tasks. This way you can have your own because it's open source, much lightweight, and you can run it in your PC. So yeah, just side note.
So I think we're done. I think we have very interesting here, different perspectives, interesting perspectives. So I think even for students, many challenge and many opportunities, okay, and for all of society also. So I think it was very, very interesting, and I thank all the speakers for your presence here. And I think you'll go now to the next section, right? So thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent session. Let me just wait a bit so that speakers change. So let me then, because we are right on time, let me welcome our next speaker, Eduardo Espinheira. Eduardo Espinheira is here going to give us a talk related to project management. Thank you very much, Eduardo. So the floor is yours. I know that you don't have any slides, so go ahead.
Should I use this? Can you hear me correctly? Okay. Hello, my name is Eduardo Espinheira, and I'm addicted to project management. I'm at 45% of my life project. I call all my family stakeholders. I do risk management on a daily basis. And I'm afraid of all of you right now. Now, I wasn't like this. It all started in 23. I was almost normal at the time. I had finished my master's degree, and I had an opportunity to go and work in a telecommunications company called Ótimos, that now has a stupid name, which is NUS, because in Portuguese, if you don't have something else, you call it NUS, not NOS. And at the time, I went to an interview, and you know, project management was trending. So I went for the project management role. And when I got there, I asked, what the hell is a project manager? And they told me one of the most beautiful definitions I have heard, which is a project manager is someone who makes other people do stuff because they need or want. Interesting, isn't it? I loved it, so I wanted to become a dictator. That's it. That's what we are. But I know that project managers usually have to do a lot of things. And even Carlos was talking about some of the issues and problems that we have as project managers, which is project changes. Most of the time, sponsors change, stakeholders change, their goals change. And that's why we need project managers. We don't need project managers when everything is going to be easy, flowing correctly, with no kind of problems. No, we need project managers because we believe at some point that nothing will go according to plan. And we need someone to keep pushing, to make sure that everyone has a common vision related to the project, that everyone understands why the hell we are still doing the project. How can we change it according to the new conditions, but keep some kind of goal, some kind of initial nature in mind. That's why we need project managers. We're not going through a checklist. We are going through a project. Now, I know that you are all very smart, but I still love to explain what the project is. And since I'm addicted not just to project management, but also cookies, I like to do an analogy with a cookie, a specific cookie. There's a cookie from McVitie's that most of you probably know, which has all kinds of cereals, you know, and then it's covered with chocolate. Do you know that cookie? It is amazing, isn't it? In my opinion, they started out with, let's do something healthy. And then they gathered all kinds of cereals together, and then they realized it sucks. So they covered it with chocolate, and it was amazing. It was successful. Now, think of creating that product as a project, because it has a definite beginning and end. It will create a new product or service. That's a project. Now, keep in mind, since I'm addicted to cookies, it means that every time I open a bag of cookies, I want to have exactly the same experience over and over and over again, right? Do you know what that means? Can you imagine how stupid we are to think that we are going to eat the same cookie? Because it is technically, physically, and philosophically impossible. Exactly. It is impossible to have the same cookie. Now, that's an operational problem, because they have to make sure that things go along, that we are able to create the same product, or to some extent with the same quality. So I don't care about that. I'm just into projects, because projects will always fail unless we keep them checked, unless we involve everyone, unless everyone thinks that they are on the same page. And keep in mind that most people that are going to work in your projects really have a lot more things to do than to hear you or to receive other tasks from you, right? So project management is a combination of psychology, all kinds of technical aspects according to the context where you are, and really knowing what a project is and how we deal with it. Now, when I started out, I remember my onboarding. I was at least ecstatic to meet everyone. It was amazing. And after 2 weeks, they gave me 12 strategic projects. Please bear with me. If you ever hear strategic project, be really afraid. It means that at some point, no one really knew what they were talking about or what they were trying to get. Strategic is one of those buzzwords that we kind of throw out when the CEO said something. So it means you have no clear goals, no clear requirements, and VIPs that probably won't have any kind of time to talk with you and help you understand or detail what the hell you're trying to do. Do you know why we need project managers? Because of this. Everyone that has ever had some kind of dream in a company asks for a project manager. Strange things like digital transformation, right, Carlos? I want to be better. So what we do, we hire someone to take care of the project. Now, we have two kinds of projects, usually the strategic ones that you don't really know what you're getting, and the ones that you really know what you're trying to achieve. Those are easier ones. Those are simpler. Those are not fun. Because you're probably realizing along your career that we like to feel that we are useful. So when the project is going completely to hell, that's where we are useful for everyone, to understand the impact, to understand what's happening, and only then can we become a little bit better. Now, I can speak for many hours related to this, but do you have any questions at this moment? No? Do you want me to continue? Okay. I'm very fond of Niccolo di Machiavelli. Niccolo di Machiavelli is one of the most important project managers that you'll ever know. You have a lot of books that you can read about project management. You have the Project Management Body of Knowledge, which is an amazing book with 900 pages and 2 volumes that you can find. You can read it if you want to, if you don't like your life. But what they wanted to do is they tried the French approach of let's make sure that we gather all the knowledge that we know about something and create the encyclopedia of project management. So it's not a book that you read, it's a book that you use as a reference, okay? Now, it is overwhelming, so have fun. But if you want to really learn a little bit about the ropes of working as a project manager, you have another book that is a little bit tinier, okay, only has 600 pages, that is called Head First PMP, Head First Project Management Professional. They are really interesting. The authors are amazing. They are fun, and you are going to understand a lot about it. If you think that 600 pages are too much, you can read The Praise from Niccolo di Machiavelli, and you'll learn probably everything that you need about projects. Because most people talk about Niccolo di Machiavelli as if he was a bad person. He wasn't. He was living in Firenze, which was a cutthroat environment for everyone. So talking about killing people was something that you just threw around in any kind of conversation. But he talks about leadership. He talks about example. He talks about stakeholders. He talks about how to get their buy-in. He talks about respect. He talks about making sure that everyone understands why they are working with a common goal. So that's exactly what we do in project management. Now, we have a couple of problems usually because we kind of consider that project management can only be done by someone specifically from that context, right? So we have a company, we have an environment, and only someone that is from that context with the technical expertise can become a project manager, right? You believe that, right? In that case, how did I do all my career without that? Project managers don't have to be specialized in each context. They have to be specialized in project management. Project management has become a kind of a power skill, not just a soft skill or a hard skill that you try to learn. It's one of those skills that you should have, because most of you right now are working as project managers in your lives, aren't you? Your degree, isn't it a project? With a lot of stakeholders that you like or hate? Love, of course, love, of course. Love every one of them. So lying is one of those skills that you have to... Did you have a plan? At some point, did you change it? Did you involve other stakeholders, like teachers, about the change of your plan? Did you talk with other stakeholders to get some kind of advice? You are project managers. We all are. It's one of those things that we kind of forget because it has always been there. The only difference is that you have some crazy people like me who try to specialize specifically on project management. That's it. It's one of those skills that you kind of have to have at some point. Because most of the roles, at some point, you're going to have someone delegating on you the responsibility to do something. And if it has a definite beginning and end, that's a project. If someone believes that it won't be easy, oh yes, that's a project. Any questions so far? Still shocked, I think. I can continue. Don't you have any kind of questions regarding why I like so much Niccolo di Machiavelli? Yes, I'm also called the Machiavellian PM. I have a whole kind of stories regarding this, and I use that when I try to teach someone. Because you can use most of the details or even quotes from him to explain what a project is. Every time. Now tell me, what kind of projects besides the degree you have? Give me an example, just to see if you are already set in. Tell me.
Learning an instrument.
Learning an instrument. If you believe that you are going to end at some point, yes. Okay? Just to make a difference. Okay, do your taxes, depending on the complexity of your taxes, can become either a task or a project, which is different. Because you can't have a project that is just something that you do. I can't have a project like picking up my cell phone and doing this. This isn't a project. This can be a task, and the combination of tasks can become a project, but it's not a project itself. It's just a task. Now, if you have robbed someone or you have robbed a bank at some point, your taxes will become much more interesting. So it can become a project by itself, especially if you robbed in different geographies, different countries. So yes, yes. Yes. Oh, yes, it's always fun. It's always fun. You even have people that are specialized exactly on that. They are called lawyer. No, they are not.
Remodeling your home.
Remodeling your home is one of the most common projects that we get into. And it is one of the most interesting projects that we have, considering that for us, it is a project. But for most people that are working on those projects, it is just operation. Isn't it? Because for them, it's just, yeah, today is this home, tomorrow it will be that one. They're just doing the same thing over and over again. For them, clearly operation, repetitive, continuous. They're going to do the same thing over and over again. But for us, the combination of those tasks, we kind of cherry pick them and say, this is a project for me. This is my remodeled home at some point. Marrying, is it a project or? Okay, let's try to separate. Marrying or getting married is a project. Staying married is an operation. Because it is repetitive and continuous. And, no, don't say that. But getting married is so much a project that you even have one of the most strange movies called Wedding Planner with Jennifer Lopez and Matthew McConaughey. I saw the film because of Jennifer Lopez, of course. I only realized recently Matthew McConaughey was there. Didn't notice at the beginning. And it is so obvious that you need a professional project manager to do that. And at the time, when I saw that movie, I thought, this is stupid. This will never come to Portugal. And now we have wedding planners. Do you know why it is so interesting that we have wedding planners? Tell me, why? Yes, to deal with the parents, that's amazing. That's a very good technique. That's why you hire a professional project manager. No, but it is also because of that. Because for that project manager, he can specialize on that specific context, and he's going to do the same project over and over again with some changes. But for us, and wish you well at some point, I hope you only marry once, not twice or thrice or... Yes. Or even say, yes, I'm going to marry again because I already have the priest and the place to do this and the church and the invitations template and the flowers. So it's, you see? So we can have specialized project managers because for them, it will just be the same thing over and over again. For us, they are acting as project managers. For them, they are working as operational managers. They are just doing the same thing over and over again. On the other hand, staying married, does it have any kind of projects by itself? It does, doesn't it? We have the vacations, we have the kids, we have the house remodeling or the new house or whatever rules we can decide. That's the difference between operation and projects. What else? Other projects that you have ongoing? You are still afraid now. Go. The cookie? Cooking. Well, it depends. It depends. If you are a 3-star Michelin cook, I'll keep in mind that you are really doing projects over and over again. I even hate MasterChef because I really think that they are trying to make people create things over and over again with slight differences, considering that all the raw materials are different. And one of the things that you try to experiment in a Michelin star restaurant is that you have a unique experience. So it's kind of strange because they try to say that they are going to have the same dish over and over again, but to be correct, every single dish that they are doing is a project. And it becomes more interesting when you think about creating the dish itself. Now, if you think that you are going to cook for yourself or for your family over and over again every day, you're going to consider that as an operational thing. So you are going to have small increments, small process improvements that you're going to do over and over again, like we all do. Like, let me get that spoon, let me get an air fryer, let me get a KitchenAid or Bimby or whatever aid to make sure that that everything works. Did I answer? More projects, just to see if they are interesting or crazy. Buy a house. Build a house is crazy by definition. But buying a house, it is strange because, once again, for us, it is a project. But for most people that are dealing with you, and since you are in Portugal, buying a house here, it has a whole kind of legislation associated. So it is more of an operation for all the stakeholders involved except for you. Because for the bank, for the notary, lawyer, I don't know the name, and the real estate agent and the owner that is selling you the house. No, for the owner can be a project. It depends on the number of houses that they have. Mm-hmm.
Or if you buy like the plain house. In that case,
Yeah. As you know, I love complexity, so it only becomes interesting when you know that it is going to be really awful at some point.
I would love to see Agile working on that project.
We do that. We can talk about Agile. So the Agile Manifesto came out in 2001. Most people only talk about the Agile Manifesto, which is kind of crazy because they thought about it through the 80s and the 90s. We had one thing called extreme programming for many, many years before that, and we tried all kinds of techniques. Some of them had crazy names where you can understand the context that they had. For instance, we had Crystal as a methodology, or LSD, which is Lean Software Development. So they were clearly on drugs. But if you ignore that part, you have to understand what they were trying to achieve. During the 80s, we kind of overdid the correction that we wanted. So we had smaller systems that along the way became more complex and more interesting. So at some point we said, we have to document everything. We have to make sure that this becomes more interesting and more complex since we are going to connect our softwares with other softwares. So our solution was, let's try to understand first what other people have done. So we created software requirements, requirements engineering, everything that you can think of to understand and document everything. And we went too far. So in the late 90s, after having pair programming, code review, coding standards, all kinds of things, we realized sometimes this is becoming overkill. I need something a little bit lighter. So instead of talking about software development, they started talking about product development. And in product development, they are talking really about operation. If you read the Agile Manifesto, not the values because they are just crap, if you go for the principles, you really get into their minds to understand what you're trying to convey as a message. And they're trying to talk about a sustainable pace, motivated people. For instance, in projects, one of the main problems that we have is to keep people motivated. Why? We keep pushing them. We have a deadline, usually very aggressive. When you're talking about a product, you can't be pushing them every time. So it is an operational solution. So the agile practices, they are all amazing, but they are only useful if you're thinking about a product or some kind of operation. So if you admit that what you are going to do or your scope isn't really well defined, for that, the agile methodologies are great. If you already know exactly what you're going to do, please don't use agile because it will just suck the life out of everyone involved. It is interesting when you talk about this, isn't it? Because we kind of think that agile is the magic bullet that will serve every purpose. Nope. Agile methodologies are amazing, they are great, they are fantastic for a specific context. And you are here to learn when to use every tool or technique, right? So if you have a defined scope, you can use a traditional, please don't say waterfall, traditional approach to project management. If you are thinking about something that you still have to define along the way, you can use hybrid or agile methodologies to do that. And regarding waterfall, just to understand why I hate so much the word, is because waterfall never existed unless you consider that water goes up. Because waterfall was thought as I have a specific stage here, and then another one here, another one here. And those stages were things like customer needs definition or business requirements definition, and then technical requirements definition, then architecture, whatever, and then coding, then testing, then production, and all that. Now, for people from IT, you know that this doesn't work like this. It works like this. So unless you have found the first waterfall that water goes up, waterfall isn't exactly the right expression. And by the way, the article regarding waterfall was to make sure that people understood that we needed stages, and they were important at the time. And that's it. Now let me just see. Exactly, I have 2 more minutes. So tell me, questions? Of course, go ahead. Yeah. We do. Or at least I hope. Because sometimes people only have the direction defined. They don't really have a complete scope, which is normal. For instance, let me think about a crazy project. So some years ago, I was responsible for launching one small card called Universo. really nice, really interesting. So at the time, they only said, we need a credit card, debit card that can be used as a fidelity card, an identification card, and a prepaid card. Okay, thank you for that. It was amazing. And I had to understand what they were trying to get at some point to start to work on that. So along the way, my problem was to first define that it wasn't a project, but it was a program, so a combination of projects and programs that within themselves can reach a common goal. And then, after separating each and every one of them, explain or detail with whoever was needed what they were trying to reach, so that you have now the universal card that you can use. So to do that, they didn't have a clear picture. They had one of those dreams of, I want to achieve this, or this is the means for me to get to another goal, which is exactly what they did. And then we just get it through. So making sure that you have the right people in a meeting to understand what you're going to achieve and create that common vision, that's a project management. It's more of a facilitator role than just a technical role. The problem is that most of the times people think of the project manager as a resource and a leader. But the project manager is first and foremost a leader, and then probably he can also be a resource in the project. That's the other way around. And I think my time is done. So, sorry, one more question.
Wait.
Go for it. Do I still have?
The first one is
the first one. Okay. No.
What does it mean to be a good project manager? And another question is, in nowadays, does it possible to be a project manager without a technology vision?
Yes. Okay. So, how can we become a good project manager? You have to study a lot and be crazy enough to say yes to almost everything that people ask, because you kind of have to get the right mindset of getting things done or making things happen. That's it. So you have to be able to sell an idea, because usually I'm talking about projects that people haven't seen yet, so I have to be especially good to convey a message or explain what we had dreamt of and then go for it. So it's more of a power skill than just a technical skill. Regarding the technological part, I went for project management for many reasons, and one of them is because I really knew a lot of people from my degree that were smarter than me at the technical part, but they were horrible with people. So I realized that I was really good with processes and having an abstract thinking or problem-solving kind of drive. So I realized that I could be in those satellite roles around IT. The fact that I know about IT is interesting, but it was never really needed. Because if I have the right people beside me, and they are the ones that are the specialists on that specific context, I have to rely on what they say. And I must say that I almost have, as a sport, to sound and look dumber than I am. Because sometimes I hear things that I don't agree. But I can't really discuss directly because I have to respect that if that guy is a specialist on that field, a subject matter expert, who am I to discuss that? If I don't respect my stakeholders, my resources for my project, they are going to hate me and they are going to stay, they won't be motivated, they will feel disrespected, and they will fall out from the project. So sometimes I have to get along or try to guide and even realize that I'm wrong sometimes. So the technical part is just one of the things that you can add, but don't consider that as a must. Consider that as a could be useful. Did I answer correctly? Okay, one more.
If I wanted to start a project management career,
Don't do that. It is.
if I really want it,
Mhm.
what is your recommendation?
Start to search. Oh, no, no. No, I was only certified 10 years after working in project management. If you try to get certified in a project, for instance, I'm a PMP. For the PMP certification, you have to really understand the whole encyclopedia. I really know the whole 900 pages. I know how to work on that. I know how to apply, because what they want is that kind of standard. And you also need to have 4,500 hours of work experience. So don't think about certification. Think about work experience. If you are lucky enough, you go to a place where they are crazy enough to give you projects, or you can help on projects. And that's it. My main goal at the time was saying yes to almost everything that they asked. So I was able to create a whole telecommunications company, launch a factory, create a whole store inside the factory, for instance. Or you name it, I've kind of done it. Except the illegal part I can't really talk about. Most of the things, it's just because you had someone that wanted to make something happen, and you go for it. And you have that on many companies. And on top of that, most companies understand what a project manager is. So they even write project management role. So it is easier. When I got there in the beginning, they said project manager, but they said business development project manager. So I thought that I was going for an interview to be a sales consultant. Then I realized it was project management, which was much better. But when I went there, it was kind of tricky. It was trendy, but it was still kind of strange for people to understand. So go for it. On top of that, you are on each year? On what year? The first? Oh, in that case, you can have all kinds of associations, student associations, where you can work and do your own projects and have your own trench stories of how it went. And keep in mind, if it was difficult, it was better for you to learn. If it was easy, you learned nothing. Really, nothing. Maybe you were lucky. Maybe the stars aligned. Who cares? You didn't learn how to deal with despair, anguish, problems, changes, stakeholders. That's how you learn. It's with discomfort. So try to reach your comfortable discomfort and get along. You still have 1.5 years to play around, so, right? Have fun. It'll be easy. Can I go away? Yes, I can go away. Thank you for this.
Okay, thank you very much, Eduardo. So I guess that you'll still find Eduardo around during the coffee break that comes up next. So we will meet again at 5 o'clock. So for the last round table, thank you very much.
Eu estava quase.
Não, acho que não. Acho que não jogar. Deixa-me ver só se apanha alguém de alguém. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around for this second part of our Congress. So now we'll have, it's a table, but it's not round, but a round table related to magic profiles, okay? So we have with us former magic students that have different careers. And the idea, so this session, we don't have slides. The idea is that first, each member of this panel will introduce him or herself, okay? And then the idea is also that we interact a lot with you so that you are able also to gather better grasp of how career related to service engineering and management can unfold and how that kind of skills are useful in different industry settings, okay? So I will just make a very brief introduction about each member of this panel. So let me start, and I'm very sorry to say this, Marta, but let me start with the oldest one. Not the oldest in terms of age, but the oldest because Marta was part of the pioneering group of Magic students. So Marta joined Magic in 2007, so the first edition of the Master. And she kept around and took a PhD here at Philippine Transportation Systems. And after researching a lot, she's one of the newest hires of the Department of Industrial Engineering and Management and is now also the Deputy Director of MESG. So, welcome, Marta. Thank you very much. Oh, and that being said, this is also a panel of old people, except for Marta Faria. So, because next we have Miguel Carneiro, and Miguel was my colleague from 2008 to 2010. So Miguel joined here Philip after a Bachelor in Artificial Intelligence and Computer Science at the University of Edinburgh. And after several, working at several companies, is a very good case of entrepreneurship. So he founded Shake It, and I'm sure that you will talk more about it, but it's a very successful company, so we are very glad to have him with us. Then, João Ferreira joined MESG in 2010. We were discussing if we actually met before. We came to the conclusion that perhaps, but the years pass and, you know, it's not easy to remember. So, but João stayed, during MESG, you were already at Deloitte, right? João made his career at Deloitte and is also going to address that later on. And now for our youngest, Marta Faria. Marta Faria also had, so joined from 2020 to 2022, so a very troublesome years, right? So with the pandemic year, so the experience was a little bit different. So Marta is currently a business analyst at Deals.ai. We've already heard about this company before with Liliana Antão. She also worked at several companies, and I think she'll also bring a fresh perspective about Magic. So that being said, with these introductions, I think that we'll start with the oldest. Okay. And the idea is that each one of the members of this panel will introduce themselves and, in a sense, try to show how magic shaped his or her career. Marta, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, George. So my name is Marta. I'm graduated in economics in 2000. I finished in 2007 here in the Faculty of Economics in Porto. Then the graduation, it was a pre-Bologna licenciatura, so it was not a bachelor. And at the time, the degrees, they were going to start to have the integrated master. But that was not the case at the time in the Faculty of Economics. And when I finished the graduation, I wanted to do a master. And I did not want, I knew that I did not want a master in economics because I thought it was more of the same. Instead of having microeconomics, I would have like microeconomics 4 and macroeconomics and 3 and 4 and so on. And I thought that I had a lot of that. So I thought about the Faculty of Engineering and about doing a more multidisciplinary degree. And I came here. At the time, I talked with Professor João Falcão e Cunha. And I told him, oh, I want to do a master. I'm thinking about the master in industrial and management engineering. What do you think? And then he told me, oh, but we are going to have a new master next year. It's going to be called the Services Engineering Master. It's going to focus on services. Nowadays, everything is a service. And as your background is economics, I think you would fit better in this one. And I thought about what he was saying. I agree with him. And then I enrolled the master in 2007. It was really a great experience for me, and I started to see what other things, so like engineers, talk about and things. At the time, I chose courses more related to engineering, like requirements engineering, system information, modeling processes. And then I got this multidisciplinary view and started also to talk other language that I did not learn in the Faculty of Economics. When I finished the master, I went to work on a private group of hospitals here in Portugal. I went to the department of purchases and the logistics, and I ended up on being responsible for the logistics. So there I applied what I learned in the master. I was responsible for the logistics there. I worked very closely with the nurses and the physicians in the hospitals by analyzing their inventories, because we had like a central warehouse, and then inside each hospital there's small warehouses. So I work with them to analyze the inventory, to reduce the inventories. I also work with the information system teams to develop a system that allows nurses to do like more automatic requests of items to the central warehouse, etc. I was there for 2 years, and then after that, so I applied everything that I learned here in the master, and then I thought, okay, I think I don't have much more to do, and I was kind of tired of that operational work. And I wanted to learn more and to be more challenged intellectually, and I wanted to change. So I came back to the university. I went to talk again to Professor Falcão e Cunha, and I told him I want to come back. I know I want to do research or something that I want to be updated. I want to study. And then at the time, I enrolled in a research project. It was related with, it was the first national initiative in mobile payments in Portugal. It was in 2011. And it gathered several universities in Portugal and the banks and also the mobile phone operators. So at the time, we were studying how we can pay with mobile phone for our bills. Everything that what is now current, at the time they were calling us crazy, and they were saying, oh, the money is not enough, the credit card is not enough, do you want to pay with mobile phones? And we said, yes, we want to pay with the mobile phones. So we were working on this research project, and during my research until now, it was very focused on this and on testing new technologies, what kind of technologies can be used to make the mobile payments. We tested NFC. At the time, we were purchasing mobile phones, and in the day after, we lost the warranty because we had to open the mobile phones to put the sensor inside and test them. So we tested a lot of technologies, etc. During these years, what I've been doing is a lot of research, and also I enrolled in a PhD. I also applied my research very much to the transportation sector. For instance, in 2018, we launched together with Transportes Intermodais do Porto, FIOP and DAM, we launched a mobile application that allows passengers to pay with their mobile phones for the tickets. It's called Anda, and passengers can pay with a mobile phone for their ticket instead of the Andante card. So my research is very applied to designing technology-based services. Most of it applied to the transportation sector. So how can we encourage people to use more sustainable means of transport? What services can we provide for people to encourage them to use this transportation service, to encourage people to walk more, to cycle more, and I've been developing and designing this kind of services. It's like route planners that give more information to people than when they arrive, like the capacity, if it's full, if it's not, if it's clean, etc. Or route planners for pedestrians, for them to feel safe and comfort in their journey and not be not be afraid to walk or to cycle. And more recently, I'm also applying my research also to the healthcare sector and applying like virtual games and digital games to increase awareness or to give to explain people about, for instance, some disease that they suffer, and they can play a game, and with the game they can learn more about their disease and about how they behave, etc. I'm also a professor here, and beside this work of research, I'm also a professor here. In this, I use a lot of my background from economics, because I teach everything that is related with economics, project appraisal, management, so everything that is related with my background, and that's it. I write articles, supervise students, a lot of stuff. Yes.
So thank you very much. It's interesting that we are now talking about Gen AI. 15 years ago, we were even discussing during the break, it was all about the iPhone as a marketplace, app store. We now have apps, we need to deal with them, so it's interesting how, but nevertheless, it's all about dealing with technology, even though it's any technology. And after Gen AI, it will be the next one. So now, Miguel. Thank you.
Sure. So my original training is in software, so that's pretty much where I worked until I joined this master's degree. I worked in software for retail and also for transportation. And then I took a year off, just traveling a little bit. And after that, I think I wanted to like be a bit more not so technical. And I joined this master's degree not on the first year, but on the second year, same as George. And but people at the time still said service management and engineering, what is that exactly? And I myself was kind of discovering that. I looked at the subjects that were taught. I found it interesting because it seemed kind of technological in the way that you think about how technology is applied, but a lot of business, which is something that I felt I needed at the time. And the master's degree was really not a footnote in my career. I think every step that I took after I took the master's degree is related somehow to what I learned in the master's degree that I took. Right after that, I went to Porto Editora, which for those of you who are not Portuguese, because probably from Portugal everybody knows Porto Editora. It's a publishing house that does the education manuals for pretty much all the schools or most of the schools. And there I worked on multimedia projects, and they were looking specifically for someone on this master's degree because someone from Marta's year worked there, and they really liked how all around their vision was and how connected they were with technology and how they thought about processes, etc. So they were looking for someone with our profile, and I know that after me, they still hired 1 or 2 people from this master's degree. After a few years working at Porto Editora, iPhones and iPads started taking over. The first few projects, Porto Editora was pioneering in the area of education, and really it caught my interest because I had a background in software, it caught my interest working with mobile technology. So I left Porto Editora with the idea of founding just a company that makes mobile apps. At the time, it was just me, so it was mostly a freelancer. I'm not sure about a very successful company, but now we are 14 people, and we are quite successful. And how this matches the master's degree is that we decided to focus on events. So we make software for conferences and festivals, etc. And I didn't really think about it at a time, but right now it's really useful that events are really a service, and the way that we build software and the way that we approach clients has everything to do with what I learned about breaking down a service into a process, kind of analyzing who the stakeholders are, and that really helps. Although we make software, it really helps us to have a more integrated approach, and I think I didn't hire people from Mejk, but I tried to pass on what I've learned to other people that work in the company. So it's really something that stuck with me, and I'm really happy that I did this master's degree, and I think is really important for the company that I founded. We make mobile apps mostly. During the COVID era, nobody did on-site events, so we kind of transitioned to virtual platforms because mobile apps were no longer necessary. And now, like everybody else, we're kind of trying to find our way. If people want to do it on-site, we make a mobile app. If people want to do a virtual event, we make a virtual platform. But the same teachings that I think I learned from this master's degree applied seamlessly both to the development of mobile apps, to the development of virtual platforms, because really what you're thinking is about, what people are involved, what processes compose an event, how technology fits into these processes. And if you're a student or a previous student of Mejk, you'll know that this is pretty much what we do in every subject. We try to think of a business, break it down into processes and everything else. So I think that's really the learnings that I took from this master's degree. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Miguel. So now, João?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. So, as you already mentioned, when I joined Mejk, I was already working at the company that I am today, which is Deloitte, which is a consulting firm. but before going there, the reason why I came to MESG, actually, I started my university at Aveiro University doing computer science, basically. I think at the second year there, I decided I don't want to be a programmer for the rest of my life, even though I was just on the second year of computer science. So I decided I will do the 3 years. At the time, it was already Bologna, so I decided I will do the 3 years here. And then I was searching what's next. I found MESG just by, I don't know, it was in my research, it was a new master. It was, I think, the second year, so second edition. And I saw actually that it was a mix of many things I liked at the time. So management, engineering, technology, a little bit of finance. And I looked at it like it seems like a small MBA kind of master. And I liked the composition of the master. So I decided I will, after my 3 years, I will join MESG. That was the decision. But in between, Deloitte was hiring at Aveiro at the time. For the first time, they were hiring engineers there. And they hired me, and they convinced me, no, you can come to Deloitte, and then we do a break, and then you go and do your master in 1 year from now. They didn't lie to me, because after 1 year, they still gave me the option of stopping my work and do the study and then come back. But I decided I could do both. It was a stupid decision because I was working in Lisbon. MESG was here in Philp. So I was traveling every Friday, actually every Thursday night here, do the classes and go back on Sunday. As you all know, MESG is not an easy master, a lot of work, and Nuno is here. At the time, many of my class were working students, so it was fun because at Sundays we were all meeting here to do our works and try to do the projects together. Some people were bringing their kids here at the time, so it was kind of a fun, I would say, a funny year, but it was very, very difficult in terms of balancing the effort of being a student, working in my case in Lisbon, and coming back here. But I didn't regret at all selecting MESG, because for me, my initial thought was right. I felt it was like, I didn't do an MBA until now, because I really feel that after doing MESG, doing an MBA after, it needs to be something really different. I felt that more than the classes, of course, it's good to learn about different topics, and the MESG offers that different options, which is good. I think the spirit of the master was about looking into the market, going and talking with companies, and understanding how things really work outside of the class, outside of the university. So for me, that was the best part of doing MESG, was really connecting, I would say, theory to practical cases outside of our working class. I think the way that the projects were done at the time, it was very team focused and not single work. For me, it was also a very good experience. I came from, as I said, I was at the time at Deloitte, and the consulting firms are very good doing frameworks and how do we approach a project, how do we simplify an idea. So for me, I was actually listening here, many of the things I was seeing my company doing at the time, but they didn't know what was service engineering. When I start telling them, oh, but that you are doing is service engineering. So the concept of service engineering was not something that, for example, Deloitte in Portugal was really aware of, even though Deloitte was one of the sponsors of the master at the time. So, and even today, I was commenting before, I'm not sure that we know as a company what you can offer, but actually, I feel that, in my case, I work in financial services, so which is all about services and service design and technology. I really tell my colleagues right now, my master is like a small consulting master for someone that works in financial services technology consulting, like I do. I'm today an associate partner in this area, because here you learn all the things you need to be a good consultant. And for me, a consultant is someone that helps solving problems. That's what consultants do. And what I feel that this master gives you is much more than you being a master in management or in engineering or in programming, or you become kind of a generalist in many things, but then you have this glue, which is service engineering on top of it, which I think it's difficult for people outside of this room to understand. But in many organizations, I see people doing this without calling it service engineering, without calling the service engineers. They call it user experience designers. They call it technology engineers. They call it many product owners. They call it so many things. But my view is that most of those careers are what we learn to do here, but I think in a more specialized way. So in a nutshell, for me, what MES gave me was first an experience to meet great people. I still talk with some of the people I met at the time because of the way we worked, more than in my initial degree. That was much more theoretical exercises and exams and much more than projects. I remember being at FIOP at 7 in the morning preparing something to show at 9. And that happened in a way that I think it was only possible because of the way this master was built at the time and the way we interconnect to each other. So that's what I think shaped more my career. Was I spent 2 years working a lot here. I learned how to work in teams with so many different backgrounds, which I think is another amazing thing from this degree. You talk with people from economics, from science, from health, from so many areas. Again, that's what you see in reality in companies nowadays. You don't see everyone coming from the same background. And that for me was, I think, what's the most valuable part of being a tier. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, João. So, last but not the least, Marta.
Hi, all. I'm Marta. I will start by saying, please don't judge my English from Guimarães. So, yeah, my career started when I took the integrated master in biomedical engineer in University of Minho. In that time, it was, together, and people were saying that if I didn't take the master degree there, I will not be an engineer. Like, I would be just a person with a license in science of engineer. And that was, really scary at the time. So, yeah, I took the master in biomedical engineer. I did my master thesis there. And then I start, preparing my journey to enter in the professional world. And I was thinking there are, hundreds of people, students of biomedical engineer, going to the market each year. What are they doing? Because I'm not, I need to understand what most people are doing so that I can decide what I want to do. And then I noticed that most of them were in the IT area, working as either a business analyst or a quality assurance people. And I tried to understand what were those functions because I never heard of them before. And they said, to be a business analyst, you need to be good at communication. And I thought I was good, so yeah, let's do this. So I got right away in the IT area, and then I just came again thinking, I don't have any basics on IT. Yeah, I do have programming language classes in biomedical engineer, of course, but, not anything much than that. And then I started looking for, other master degrees. I started looking for project management also. And then I look MES, and I look at the classes they have, and they were really what I need. All the classes were really useful for my role as a business analyst. So, yeah, this is what I want to do. And I was, of course, working and study, and it was really hard, of course. We have a lot of group projects and works to do, and it was pandemic, so it was really crazy. But I just loved it. And this is what I'm supposed to feel when I really I'm doing something that I like. So I really loved all the MES journey, and I just try to apply all the things that I learned here in my current job. I've I have been working in different areas since telco, health, and retail, but I do believe what I took most from Mesh is using my soft skills to achieve whatever I want. And in Mesh, you do understand that before you do something, you need to know your people, your user, your client, whatever you want to do for them. And then you can, decide what you will build. So before I came here speaking, I need to think if I was a student on that side, and I was just 2 years ago, what I would like to hear. And what I do like to hear is there are no roles. So please see the tasks assigned to each role. You have product owner and product manager and service designer and, a lot of different roles. But believe, see the tasks, because what I'm love to do is not being a business analyst, is trying to understand, the stakeholders, what they want, what are their needs, try to manage expectations, and then trying to build solutions for them, either service or product. So please do not be mad if I say product here. But yeah, I think that's the main part of Mesh. And of course, knowing all the people, networking, it was really good. And I would repeat it again. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so thank you very much, Marta. So what you see here is actually people from different backgrounds: economics, software engineering, biomedical engineering, with different careers, sometimes different careers that their degrees would indicate that they would take. So, questions from the audience? Technology. Where was the user testing? Teresa Galvão. Aulas de IPC. A professora Falcão e Cunha também.
Yeah, it's working. So it was really interesting to see 4 different backgrounds and 4 different perspectives about the master that I did with Marta. It's working. And I will take something that Marta said, that is about the product and service. Because in my job, I am always listening and working on products, but always it seems to be a service and the mask subjects. And what I learn here, it's really similar to what the people that thinks on products, the people that works on product development, on product management do. So my question for the audience is, what are your thoughts about this duality between the service and the product? Because in my understanding, when I did the masters, I don't know if you changed it, but we did not listen and talked about product development a lot. It was always service, but now my perspective is that they are really similar, and the process to development of a service and manage a service is really similar to the product. So yeah, this is my question. I don't know, Marta, if you want to answer.
I will just add my perspective, because before we joined here, I was talking with Madalena and Joanna about this outside. And it was just about, we are here to learn more about services because services do have, different things than product, and we all learned that with Professor Gabriela, that it's not here yet. But the perspective and the way that you approach, I think it's very similar between product and service, and sometimes even you can add some perspective as a service in a product, because in a product development, you should not focus only on the user using the product, but also, it has a service. Starting a journey, interacting with the product could be a service. And I don't agree with this difference between product and service. I do believe they are very similar, but this is my personal perspective. I would like to hear other perspectives, if you want.
Sure. I think, and I think we already discussed this when I took the master's degree, that there's like a fine line between product and service. Maybe you have pure services that have very little product, but I think most approach to products has a service version that the company that builds the products must think about, like the extended product, I think we called it at the time. And I also feel like the academic materials that we had at the time were like built on top of the academic investigation that or the definitions that were made around product and then adapted for services. So I think what is important is that sometimes you have to think about what is really specific for the service, but I think between product and service, a lot of the same things apply, especially when you have a product service, like a mix between the two. So I think services are a lot more about people and the experience of people. And if you think purely about product without anything else, you're probably just building a thing, because if you're not just building a thing and shipping it through retail, you're probably, I think most people are thinking or should be thinking about the product service duality of things. That's my view on it. But I think it's really important that, as we have here, we have courses and academia that focuses on what is specific for services. I think that's what applies here, but it doesn't mean, and I think it's wrong to think that it's either a product or a service. I think in most cases, it's a bit of both. Okay.
So just to, I agree with both, but just to comment on that is, I think the easy way to, I think there are differences, of course, between what's a product and what's a service. And I agree at the same time there are similarities in the way we build both. And I also agree that the service engineering is needed inside of a product team engineering. But I see that there are different, I would say, capabilities that we need to build a good product that complement a good service and vice versa. And I don't see there is a clash between the two. Of course, there are some areas that maybe they seem the same. It's because as products get involved, most of them actually are becoming services more than really just a product. A table is not just anymore just a table, right? A building is not anymore just a building. And I'm just referring the building because right now, for example, I'm working in a project which is about smart buildings. And if we think on all the thinking of what an experience of entering a building today is compared to what it was 10 years ago, we understand why people that build buildings today, they are not just worried about doing a good product, even though they still do very good buildings, very good products, but now they have large departments of people working about the experience. So I see the two things coming together. And also for me, servicing is about, it's like a verb, it's an action, it's something that you do, and product doesn't have in its own way the word, it's just, there is not a verb for a product. The product is a thing. There is a verb to create a product, there is not a verb related to execute a product or to give any life to the product. The verb comes with the service, right? The product is just something with life when you put services on top of it. So that's why I think Marta was referring the soft skills that we learn here in this master. For me, today we talk about power skills more than soft skills. It's really because they really give power to products and the way that people interact with things. And that's why I think both are needed. And I would not like to see a world where we mix the two, because for me, there is a lot of engineering when we talk about product, either in technology or industrial cases, a lot of other engineering techniques that are different from service design. But we need to convince people that they need to bring the service engineers to the table. Otherwise, we will have bad products. That's my 2 cents on that.
I can add such as, I see that the service is the value added to the product. So the product itself, it may be not very appealing. So if we add the services on top, I think this is what's going to be appealing, the experience, etc., to buy the product. Of course, services are very different, and I would say, like, if you design for a service, it is you design the hardest part, because the service cannot be stored. They are consumed and produced at the same time, etc. So it's probably it's easier to design for a product. And if you design for a service, you are doing the hardest job, and probably you are able to do both. Yes.
Thank you. So very comprehensive and interesting answer. Especially, I think that the building you design the experience that you have with the building, the service that the building will enable the user then to experiment. Exactly. More questions.
Hello. I think that perhaps this question may help a couple of people. It was mentioned that Mesh gives us some qualities and a lot of knowledge in different areas. However, I know that people may find it difficult when it's time to apply for jobs, because you have a certain level of knowledge of a lot of things, but it's not very broad. So in your experience, when it was time to apply for jobs after Mesh, or trying to evolve or elevate in a certain area, how was your experience, and what advice can you give to someone that has this amount of knowledge and trying to be more specified in a certain area?
Sure. I think it's an important question. I think because people come from such different backgrounds. I remember some group works that we did. We had architects and myself as software engineering, but we had someone from biology. So I think in every case it's going to be different. But I think. Besides, like every master's degree, I would say, besides the hard knowledge that you learn, my experience, at least from MESG, was that in every class, it started off saying, okay, now imagine a new business, discuss it with your colleagues, let's break it down. And these are skills that are not knowledge, that are not in textbooks, but the experience of going through this again and again and again, I think gives you kind of like a transversal advantage when it comes to kind of like dealing with a problem that is not foreseen. So to get to the point, it really depends on what technical field you are. I think MESG cannot come without something that you learn beforehand. In my case, software. In your case, I'm not sure what your industrial engineering. Okay, so probably a lot of hard knowledge was already acquired there. I think MESG, in my view, serves to kind of complement the hard knowledge that you have and kind of give you the flexibility to apply it with the view of services, for sure, but the way that it is taught, at least when I was a student here, kind of really gave me the advantage. I think there are a few professions that just the skill of going through problems and breaking it down, just that skill is, for example, an advantage, and almost the entirety of the what you need, for example, to be a project manager. Okay, to be a project manager, I think going through all the subjects, if you have the right experience dealing with different people, kind of having your own task in the group, thinking about new businesses, breaking things down, I think project managers are really, you know, if you go through MESG and learn with it, I think there are a few professions that do not really require the hard knowledge, but require the experience knowledge that you get from going through these things again and again. Hope that helped. I think it's a bit of an insight, but I don't have the, in my experience, it wasn't difficult, the part of not having the acquired knowledge, because for one, I had the hard knowledge from software, and also because, as I mentioned, the only place that wasn't my company that I applied to was already looking for someone who was working for MESG, so that was my particular experience there.
I do believe that first you need to know what you'd like to do. So, and you need to find the roles that could, you know, being a match with what you like to do and what are, you know, your strong skills. Then I do believe that people now need to be creative, because we have hundreds of students like you just, you know, trying to find a job. So how will you be different from them? You know, you need to tell a good story, and you need to tell it with numbers, probably, because it's different if you said that you are one of the millions of students in PhilP, or if you say that you are a student in PhilP that participate in some congress or some association and organized an event, for example. You know, it's different telling your story with numbers. And you can use, you know, the groups that we make here, the projects that we make here in MESG, and try to tell your story saying, I created this, because you did create it. And try to just tell your story in a different way. And I would like to use the advice from our previous speaker, that you should try to use your skills in the associations that you have opportunity when studying, like Students' Association or consultancy companies for young people, junior consultancy companies, and what other, you know, associations that you have. Please use it, and then you can tell your story with even more numbers, you know, and prove that you have acquired soft skills, instead of just saying, I'm a good people to work in teams. I do work in teams before, so I do have that skill.
Thank you.
I think it's important to have a solid background. A background like economics or mathematics or engineering, a solid background. And then I think MESG, when you do MESG, it broadens your options. Once you have a solid background, you learn how the problem solving, mathematics, like to know how to solve problems, etc. And then with MESG, you broaden your options, because you are able to go to a company and for instance, you have a background in engineering, and in MESG you did some financial or economics courses. You are able to go to a company and know what is a balance sheet, what is a income statement, and talk with people from accounting, and to know and talk the same language. Or if you are from economics, a background in economics, and in MESG you did like engineering courses, you are able to go to a company and talk with engineers and talk the same language as they talk. I think this is what MESG gives, broadens your options and enables you to talk the same language of other people, that if you have the same background, you will not be able to. I think this is the biggest advantage.
Well, I fully agree with the three of you. Maybe just adding here a different perspective and being a little bit provocative. You are studying service engineering, right? On that question, your customer probably is the company that probably needs to hire you, right? Why don't you approach the relationship between you students and companies and the market the same way you approach designing a service? Do you know what they need? Have you been talking with them recently? Are they here in this room? Are they part of SESG? Are you talking with companies before you're talking with students? What's the goal of your... So I'm just being provocative. I know that this is amazing what you are doing right now, but what I see, and I'm here also, my role also at Deloitte is the relationship between Deloitte and Philp, not just with MESG, with all the other degrees and masters. And I see differences, the way different groups within the Philp engage companies, for example, and the way that their students organize themselves and they ask and demand things from companies like Deloitte. And they organize their events and they come to us and kind of, this is a market relationship. You help us, we help you. You know us, we know you. And what I would tell you, to answer to your question, is more than you individually go to a company and try to convince someone that is hiring you what is MESG, you need to make sure he knows what is MESG before you enter the room. And that is all about how you engage your market, potential market. So my challenge for you as students, and I know there are some students in the first year, some on the second, but find ways of bringing the companies here, meet them early, understand what they feel about the master, what they feel about you, and use that kind of experience to build up. So when you go to an interview, it's easier for you because you already met someone. Like here, at least we are from 3 companies and Philp. Maybe someone from here wants to work at Philp, someone wants to work in his company, her company, my company. So all of these are opportunities. Of course, for us, it's easy. We know MESG, we came from here. But imagine that these tables were from people that are not from MESG. Probably you have a good opportunity to explain them what can you offer. So my advice is, to answer to your question, is more than selling you as a person, more than as a hard skill, which I advise you in an interview, don't talk about your master. Every interviewer, I interview a lot of people, already read your CV, already went to the website to see what are the courses of your degree. And if you are in a room with someone, it's because someone from HR already told this is a good fit for this. So the only thing that the people in the room is interested in is the person, the skills, how you engage. Is this a person I want to work with tomorrow in my team? Is this someone easy to connect? Unless you go to a very, very specific niche interview, then maybe the art skill is the most important part, but maybe 90% of the cases you are going to a mass market kind of job. So that's my 2 advices. Prepare, so here while you are studying. And second, when you go to the interview, worry about being yourself, in being transparent, okay? Because people that interview are very used to understand when you are trying to do something that is not natural to you. So just be transparent and just talk about your good things that you do, even if it's cooking or fishing, and not just about what you do in engineering. Yeah, that's my advice.
Okay, thank you very much. I think here also the key takeaway is also leverage your strong bachelor degree and add upon that. We talk a lot in MESG about the T-shaped professional, and that's exactly this. The T is what then connects everything. And also you have here, so Deloitte, Philp, Deal.ai, Shake It to send CVs, and I see other companies in the room as well, so go for it. Questions, more questions?
It's not a question, it's just to complement what the topic before. But I would suggest, why not to enroll in a PhD program? science also need people. So for those who are here, welcome.
So a disclaimer, Mayara, she's supervised by me. So I hired her to tell this comment. Otherwise she wouldn't graduate. Anyone? Perhaps Marta?
Yes, yes. This is a way to go to research. For instance, when I worked in the company, then I started to think I don't want this to be my life, because I like to be here in the university, because I feel that I'm always discovering things and trying new things. I look at this like here in the university we can dream, and in companies, no, because here we can dream about things that do not exist, and test things and try new things, and people can call us crazy, but here we can, do it. We are in a field in the university is where we can do it, because when we go to companies, they have to implement things, they lose money. They have to implement things that were already tested, that are already functioning, and they cannot risk so much as we can do here in the university. And that's what I like here, to be in constant studying, research, and try new things, and imagine new things, and dream about new things. So if anyone wants to join this, I think it's also no, but it's a fact that there's a lot of MESG students that follow the research career. It's not so common in other masters, but here in MESG is very common to follow a research career after the master. So thank you, Mayara.
So just to also emphasize what Marta said, we have usually, it's not the most common, of course, career, but every single year, I think that every year we have someone that in the end takes a PhD. I'm looking, for example, we have Vitor over there in the room that is also took a PhD after MESG. I'm looking at Joana, who is you are in the process, no? Not yet, but you're thinking about. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Fosel.
Started in industrial engineering. This will complement everything in a quick summary. Sorry, so this is Fosel here. I'm also working under George for my PhD. Just a quick overview, like I've seen a lot of questions regarding hardcore engineering topics that you might have acquired before. I don't come from the same masters that you guys did. I came from automation engineering, then I moved into industrial engineering, but now I'm doing service design here. And one thing for you guys to learn about the market itself is that precisely the same word might not be in the industry, but even where I worked after my master's, it's a very recent overview for you guys, that the industry itself is acclimatized to this idea. For example, in my field, I went on to work for a chemical company, ceramics and tiles and everything like that. Nothing to do with myself or whatever I learned. But they realized the story that I told them at the interview stage, and the only thing that they told me was that we need someone who is an eagle who flies above everyone else and tells us what everyone else is missing. And then we need someone who tells a good story, and then we will enable that person to conclude the story with a good conclusion. So you are that enabler. You don't need to worry about the products or whichever sequence that you might be going through to that point. Everything is an enabling tool for you guys, and that's where it ends up. And now, throughout all those different steps, I also ended up with research. So it's an open world for you guys. It's an open playground. Just have fun. You can learn hardcore new things even at a later step. Don't get stuck on that part. And one thing me and George even discussed yesterday was a PSS part. It's a product service system. So if you look at it as a systems perspective, everything is intertwined, interconnected. You are the most integral part over here.
because you would be the one designing for the experience itself, be it purely service or be it purely product, or a chimera of all of those things. I would say you guys are in good hands, and yeah, best of luck to you all.
Thank you very much. I think that the word enabler is also quite important here. So I think we have time for a final question. Oh, and we have the first director of Magic and the founder of Magic to ask a question. So,
thank you very much. My question is about the statement of Marta. I agree with Marta, but not entirely sure if I agree with everything she said. And I would like to ask the colleagues in the table that are from companies if they think in companies you cannot dream.
We can.
So I didn't see any reaction. Thank you.
For sure, you can dream. I'll complement this with a story. We made apps for conferences, and like I said, we transitioned to virtual platforms when COVID happened. But that's the short version of the story and the less interesting, because what happened at the time was that we basically went from 20 apps that we were going to do that month to 0, and we had nothing that was coming in front of it. So what we did was really a moment of having a whiteboard and what are we going to do now. And I think when in a company that is really forced to think about the future, think about the sustainability of the company, pay the wages, etc. In moments of distress, it's really the power skills, not the soft skills, but the power skills that come up. So I think when you're working at a company, when you're working for profit, when you're working to gain more clients, etc., the dreaming part of it is really related to the sustainability of the business. And sometimes, if you don't have the dream capacity, then the company is either driving towards a dead end or not prepared for times of struggle. So I think the dreaming part, the creativity part, your ability to always think you can do better, or if something happens, just to think about things differently and outside the box, which I consider dreaming as well, is really, really a competitive advantage. And I think the more dreamers you have in the company, the more protected you are, when things come up, for sure. Not sure if that answered your question a little bit, no, or my perspective on it. Sure.
So I would say that in Dios we do have the possibility to dream. We actually, the name is Dios, so we use a lot of Latin names for our internal projects. We have one internal project that we call Aperto Opus, and we created a service so that people could submit ideas, either business ideas or ideas to help something in the world, to submit those ideas, and we create internal projects based on that. So we have an app created in Coruña, because we have an office there, for them to rate each bar they goes each Friday. This is a cool app where they could dream and build, but we also have other internal projects based on AI especially, that someone thought this could be a great business. There is no project for this, and we designed. I will give an example of this. We created a product based on AI that can analyze each post made by influencers in Netherlands and see if they are agreeing with all the rules that exist in their country. So if a pub made by an influencer for kids is following the rules or not. And the product analyzed automatically based on AI. And this was submitted by a person on our company. So yeah, we can dream in our company.
I think it was a good question. My initial reaction was I don't agree with what Marta was saying because in a simple answer, I think companies dream and we fail, and that's part of the process. At least companies that want to grow and want to be different in the future. But I understand the point, which is, of course, the driver of a company in the end is different from a driver of an academia, which is not profits or. But I think the two things, and I believe in systems, so that's, I think, another thing I learned from MESG, it's they need to work together exactly because of that, because they complement each other. And I think academia can do the type of research and the willing to fail, probably it's a little bit different from most of the companies. In my case, I'm lucky because I work for a consulting company, which a big part of our job is to dream and to think about the future and things that people are not doing, because our clients usually ask us, what do you think is our future will be? How can we be there? So most of our time is thinking about the future, things that no one did. And to be honest, sometimes we also fail in that thinking process, but we are usually trained to go to a room and try to do this more provocative approach like I did here, but in a way that we also do that in our projects. So we incentivize our people to have ideas, test and fail quickly. That's part of the agile mindset. In my case, I work in technology, so the test and fail, it's something that we assume as part of the projects. And also we have research within the organizations. Most of big companies do, like Deloitte, we have an innovation hub within Deloitte, but we believe that innovation comes from the edges. So we have both. We have people that they just dream, but we also incentivize all of our project teams that are delivering to also have a space in their way of working to innovate, to fail if needed. And that's why we have contingency in our projects, because we know we can do things sometimes out of the order, and that's okay, because otherwise we don't evolve. So I agree and disagree, but I think it's just semantics. I think both in companies, dreaming, and academia, they can work together, and I think that's the way it should be. Yeah.
Yes, just to defend myself. But I agree with you. I think it's the willingness to fail. I think probably universities are more willing to fail, and if fail occurs, okay, we tried, we failed. But I think companies, they have to be they try to be more sure, because they are more they don't want. I feel so risk adverse. I think they are more risk adverse because they have to pay the bills. They have to. They do not want to incur in costs. So probably a little bit more risk adverse, and universities more willingness to fail. I don't know. Probably.
Okay, so we are right on time, and I think that we want to keep the promise to give you kind of a sunset networking event after this. So this is not the end, but nevertheless, let me thank you, all of you, for being here today. I think it was a very, not only this session, of course, let me thank all the members of this session. It was a very interesting session, but not only this one, the previous ones, I think this was a very lively afternoon, and let's keep it that way. But before we leave, I also want to thank the organizing committee, that they did an amazing job. It was a pleasure working with them. They did most of the work, okay? I just hosted the meetings. So let me call them by name. So João Rocha, an applause. Filipe Ferreira. And now Beatriz left, right? But Carolina Teixeira. Filipe Amen also left. Filipa Silva. Inês Barbosa. And Isabel Ferreira. So
And also, I think I forgot a round of applause also to the panel now, okay? So with this, I invite you to come along the building and go to the coffee lounge where we'll have Porto de Honra. And we'll also host an award ceremony for to recognize the efforts of our students, okay? So please join us and we can keep talking there, okay? Thank you very much.